you were here last time, correct? You were at our last hearing?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Just getting folks checked in. Got quite a few more to go through, so hopefully we'll get started shortly. Chip, I still can't hear you. If you could unmute, that'd be great.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
I can, yeah. Could you give me your full name?
Yes, Chip Williamson.
Got it. And you are the architect on the project, correct?
Well, there's no architect, but I'm an architect that works with the Legionaries.
Got it. Okay, thanks a lot. Get started soon. Okay, C. Gill, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm Carolyn Gilman, and I don't have any power, so my screen's really dark. Our power went out this morning.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, we can hear you just fine, and I can see you. So welcome, and I'm going to keep moving along here. Dan Monk, I understand you're just observing today. Welcome. I'm going to keep letting folks in here.
Thanks. Hey, do I have permission to record?
You do. We also will be recording the entire hearing as well. Keep it on file for the city, so we can provide that recording to you as well if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Right. Okay. I have Ellery's iPad. Are you with us, sir?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Could you give me your full name, please?
Ellery Lewis. I live directly across the street at 3981 Rose Hill Avenue.
Okay, great. Welcome. Grace Spencer. Grace Spencer, if you could unmute.
Am I unmuted now? Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
you are. I can hear you just fine. Can you hear us? Good morning. Welcome. Just checking people in, making sure our equipment's working properly. Welcome. Cincy Young Artist, sir, if you could unmute.
Yeah, sorry, it should be under Alan Rafferty.
Okay.
Can't change my name on here, sorry.
We can do that for you.
Great.
Is it R-A-F?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
R-2-A-L-A-N.
Okay, great. Were you with us last time?
I was.
Okay, fantastic. Welcome back.
We live at 3969 Rose Hill Avenue across the street.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Doug Vanderzee, could you unmute?
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
I live at 1020 Lenox Place, Cincinnati.
Okay. And were you with us last time?
No.
Okay. No problem. Just want to make sure I'm keeping my records straight here.
Sure.
Okay. Looks like John Bullock. Welcome. Are you with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm one of the applicants.
Great. And do you prefer, is it Father John Bullock?
Father John or whatever. Either way.
Okay. Father Bullock, you're having a little trouble with your connection. It's a little bit slow, a little bit hard to hear you. So I'm going to continue checking people in. I don't know if there's any troubleshooting you can do on your end with that, but it's a little difficult to understand you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you. But
Okay.
your screen's still frozen. It still seems a little bit slow. So, okay, Gabrielle Schaefer, if you could unmute. Is it Gabrielle?
Well, that's my son's name. It's
Okay.
Pamela Jean Schaefer.
Okay. Were you with us last time?
Yes,
Okay. Welcome back.
thank you.
All right. Jack Emery, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm here with Thomas Coach, partner.
Okay, great. And was Thomas here last time?
He was listening, and I don't know if you had him on the rolls.
Okay. And his last name?
Cochil, Cochill.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Heather Herr.
Here.
Hi. Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right. And then Jason's iPhone. Jason, remind me your last name.
Rich, RICH.
Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Bear with me, guys. 27 more people to check in. Okay, Jack Wolking, are you with us? If you could unmute.
There we are.
Hi, Jack, is your name spelled correctly on the screen?
It is actually. Thank you.
Great. And were you with us last time? Looks like you were.
Yes, I was.
Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
Just checking people in, making sure everyone's equipment is working properly. I have a gentleman labeled his iPad. He has a hat on, red hat.
Tim
Yeah, that's you. Can you give me your name again?
Sure. Tim Harkavy.
You spell the last name?
HARKAVY.
AVY.
AV, yes, sir.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
And are you a neighboring property owner?
We own the property directly behind the subject. Plus, I live in the neighborhood.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have Jolene Strube. Are you with us? I need you to unmute.
I am.
Great. Welcome back. You were here last time, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
And is the gentleman behind you going to be testifying as well?
Yes.
Yes, this is my husband, Jim Miller. He's trying to get a separate Zoom link to get in, but he is testifying as well.
Okay, great. Welcome to both of you. Get started shortly. Jeffrey Herr, welcome back. Just doing a sound check if you want to unmute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thanks. Good to see you again. We'll start shortly. Ken Geis.
Yeah, I'm here.
Geis, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. And were you with us last time?
I was not.
Okay. And who are you representing here today?
The church, the American Legionnaires.
Okay. And are you just testifying on their behalf?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Welcome. Get started shortly. Down to 20 people left to check in. Okay, welcome everyone. I'm just checking folks in. Judith Harmony, could you unmute? Judith, are you with us?
I am, but I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Welcome. We'll get started here shortly. Lauren Amos.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Welcome back. Let's see. Kenneth Shaw. Kenneth Shaw, are you with us?
Yes, we're here.
Hi. Have you been here? Were you here in the prior hearing?
I'm sorry?
Were you at the prior hearing?
I don't, Bob, I think Bob is the one who signed up for it. I'm just on Bob Doak.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, great.
We're just on my computer.
Okay. So two things real quick. Your name's Kenneth Shaw. Are you a neighboring property owner?
Yes, at 4015 Rose Hill Avenue.
Okay, great. And you said there's another person with you as well?
Robert Doak.
Can you spell the last name for me?
DOAK.
Okay. Welcome. We'll get started here shortly. Okay. Is there anyone in the room I haven't checked in? I think I've covered everyone. All right. Okay, Maria Gaviria.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
And you were with us last time, right?
I was.
And you're here to testify on behalf of the applicant, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Get started here shortly.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Margarita Meligari.
Yes.
Hi, were you with us last time?
Yes, I was.
Okay, welcome back. Just
Thank
getting
you.
everyone checked in.
Thank you.
And it looks like we have Marvin Kraus. Looks like there's two people in the room. Marvin Kraus, if you could unmute, just doing a mic check. Mr. Amos.
Yep.
Matthew Amos.
Correct.
Okay, welcome. Were you with us last time?
I was not.
Okay.
I watched it
And-
on YouTube.
Okay, great. Welcome. Are you a neighboring property owner?
Yeah, 4050 Rose Hill.
Okay. Thanks. To the Krauses, I need you all to unmute if you plan on testifying here today.
You can say.
Mel Misney, are you with us?
Okay.
Yes, hello. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ma'am, could you give me your name?
Jerry Krause.
Okay, and you are neighboring property owners?
No, I am a person who for many years worked for the neighborhood association, and I have historic information.
Okay, welcome.
Where's your letter? They're behind you.
Mr. Nisney, welcome back.
Nisney, please.
Nisney.
Yes.
Sorry. Mr. Nisney.
Dr. Nisney, please. Okay. Thank you,
Sure.
sir.
Sure, no problem. Dr. Nisney, is there someone else in the room with you?
Pardon?
Is there someone else in the room with you that's going to testify here today?
Yeah, Mrs. Nisney, Lois.
Okay. Welcome to both of you. Welcome back to both of you. All right, 10 more people to check in. Okay, Mr. Pierce, are you with us? Just getting folks checked in. All right, welcome back.
Morning.
Good morning. Just doing a mic check. We'll get started here shortly. Patrice Watson, are you with us? Patrice Watson. Miss Watson, if you're there, I cannot hear you. If you could. Okay. I have someone here under Marcia. Just says Marcia. If you could unmute.
Tell you about this guy.
Oh, gotta get my.
I'll tell you about this guy later.
Patrice Watson, I don't know if you can hear me, but trying to get your attention.
See if that helps.
Okay, Maria with us. If you could unmute.
Yes, I'm here, Maria Kresge, 3993 Rose Hill Avenue.
Mr. Sturkey, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Mr. Carlin. Give me 1 second, Mr. Carlin. Okay, Maria, if you could unmute. You said it was Maria what?
Yeah, Maria Kresge, Krzieski.
KRZSKI.
Yeah. 3993 Rose Hill.
You have to do it because
You guys might want to send an email to people that it's taking so long for people to be in, because everybody is like, you know, people get impatient.
Sure, we've only got a few more people to check in. Thank you. Mr. Carlin, if you could unmute.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can hear you just fine. Welcome.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem at all. The gentleman next to you, will he also be testifying here today?
Yes, I am Father John Bullock. Somehow I got shut off on the other line. So we're just sharing a line.
Okay. And what your last name again? Okay. Oh, sorry. Gotcha.
For some reason I was disconnected, so we thought it best just to share one computer.
That's totally fine. Whatever microphone you were using earlier was coming through a little bit better. Just FYI, I don't know if you changed something, but it's coming through a little staticky. Okay.
Did you hear us fairly well?
Yeah, that's much better. Whatever you just did. Again, I'm trying to reach out to Patrice Watson.
Yeah.
Can you say something if you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. Were you here at the last hearing?
I was.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Welcome back. All right, Ms. Ty.
Yes,
All right, welcome back. Just checking people in.
thank you.
Sarah Kim, are you with us?
Hi, yes, here.
Hi, and you were with us last time, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great. Welcome. Get started shortly. I have two people that says TM iPhone that just joined us. If you could unmute. There's a woman who's touching her face. If you could unmute.
Oh, hi.
Yes, correct. Hello.
Hi. This is Thais Morata. And
Could you spell your name?
T as in Tango, H as in Heather, A-I-S. And my last name is Morata, M as in Mary, O-R-A-T-A. I live in the same block as the property, and my husband is here with me, Remco Dijon, R-E-M-C-O-D-E-J-O-N-G.
Okay, great. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. I have a Walter here. Walter, if you could unmute. Just need you to unmute. Just getting people checked in.
I'm here.
Hi, and your last name?
Kouski, K-O-U-C-K-Y.
Okay, great. Welcome. Sarah Rich, are you with us?
Hi there.
Hi. And I know you were here last time, right? Okay, welcome back. Getting
Thank
folks
you.
checked in. Sean Conway.
Yes.
Hi. Mr. Conway, looks like there's someone else in the room. Are they also going to be testifying here today?
I'm Tracy Conway. I'm one of the homeowners.
Okay. Great. Welcome to both of you. Just getting folks checked in. I think our last person just joined. Then we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, sir, MJ 9003, if you could unmute. Just getting folks checked in.
I'm with Jolene Strube, so I've already checked in, actually.
Okay. Are you guys in the same room?
Yes, we are.
Okay. There's, again, a bit of an echo. So if you guys want to do separate computers, if you could maybe go to a different room, that'd be helpful. Or you can use the same computer if you'd like. Okay. I think that is everyone. And so we are just about ready to get checked in or get started here. I'm going to go ahead and begin our recording. All of these are recorded and kept on file at the city. Okay. All right. I'm going to begin this hearing by just going over our hearing script. This basically covers the procedure for the hearing, and then we'll jump right into some pretrial motions and move into the presentation of the applicant's case. Okay, this is the July 29th, 2021 session of the Zoning Hearing Examiner docket. My name is David Sturkey. I'm the Zoning Hearing Examiner for the City of Cincinnati, and I'll preside over this hearing. The case before us today is case number ZH20210087. The purpose of this hearing is to allow applicants and opposing parties to testify and to offer and refute evidence and testimony. This hearing will follow the rules found in the zoning code and the supplemental rules of the Zoning Hearing Examiner. All testimony and evidence that an applicant or any opposing party wishes to offer must be presented at this hearing, unless a party has opted to submit evidence or testimony in the form of writing or digitally prior to this hearing. So I will not accept any more testimony or correspondence from any parties starting at the beginning of this hearing, which is right now. The hearing will proceed as follows. We'll first begin with a few pretrial motions that have been filed on this case. I will hear those. I'll hear from the attorneys that filed them. And then we will start with, assuming that the hearing proceeds, we will then start with either the applicant, the applicant's attorney, or the applicant's agent first presenting the applicant's case. After that, if the applicant is represented by an attorney, the applicant's attorney may cross-examine any person who has testified at this hearing. The party of record is represented by an attorney. The attorney for the party of record may present witnesses after the applicant has presented its case and may cross-examine any person who's testified at this hearing. In the event that any party testifies or offers argument in opposition to an application, the applicant shall have an opportunity to rebut that testimony and or argument offered in opposition. Then after the applicant has been given an opportunity to rebut any testimony and or argument offered in opposition, the applicant will have an opportunity to make a closing statement. So for our purposes here today, I'm going to allow the applicants to present their case, to present their witnesses. I will allow an attorney for a party of record, Sean Suter here today, to cross-examine any of those witnesses. I will then allow Mr. Suter to present any of his witnesses and allow Mr. Troff, who is representing the applicant, the owners on this, to cross-examine any of those witnesses. I will then move into the public portion of this hearing. I will allow any member of the public an opportunity to speak. You'll have one opportunity. I'll give each of those will be timed opportunities. I'll give each member of the public 5 minutes. You, by no means do you have to use all 5 minutes, but that will be the time limitation for the public portion. I'll then allow the attorneys to cross-examine any member of the public or anyone else who has testified as a member of the public, and then allow the applicant any rebuttal time. I will also allow, if our zoning plans examiner, Doug Owen, would like to add any testimony or add anything to his staff report, I'll allow him to do that as well, and he will be subject to cross-examination as well. Okay, after that, I'll allow each attorney to make closing statements, and then we will conclude the hearing. After all presentations have been made, the hearing will close. Decisions may be expected within 2 weeks. I want to emphasize that again. A decision is not made today on the spot. I take in all the evidence, all the testimony, review all the documentation, and within 2 weeks, I will issue a written decision on the hearing. As soon as that decision is finalized, I will send it out to everyone who is participating in this hearing or who has sent public correspondence. So everyone will get a copy of that decision just moments after it is complete. I may limit or exclude any testimony that I deem irrelevant or outside the scope of the application being considered. I may interrupt any speaker to ask questions or make any comments. I may also refuse to consider hearsay testimony or documents. This generally means evidence that you want to introduce that consists of statements made by a person who was not present at the hearing, or a document that includes a statement of a person who was not present at the hearing. Okay, in the event of any technical difficulties or any unforeseen circumstances with video conferencing technology, I may continue or postpone this hearing at my discretion. I'll do my best to troubleshoot any issues that come up on the fly, but to the extent there is some technical defect that prevents us from meaningfully moving forward with the hearing, I may continue again or postpone this. All right, I believe that we are ready to begin. So I'm going to start with two motions that came in late yesterday. One from the North Avondale Neighborhood Association and one from a neighboring property owner I do not believe is present. I am going to allow Jeffrey Herr. Mr. Herr, I'm going to give you a few minutes here to briefly outline the basis for your motion for dismissal.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My wife and I are owners of the single-family residence located at 718 Batula Avenue in North Avondale. We strongly object to this application for the conditional use permit at 3980 Rose Hill Avenue, case number ZH20210087. The lead should be denied, not only because of the harm it will cause to the community, but because the application was not properly filed according to section 1445-09 of the Cincinnati Municipal Code. On May 15th, 2021, Frank Formolo submitted an application for zoning relief on behalf of Opdyke Inc. to convert a single-family residence located at 3980 Rose Hill Avenue into a convent and monastery for the Legionnaires of Christ. Opdyke Inc. is the landholding corporation of the Congregation of the Legionnaires of Christ of the United States. Frank Formolo is the acting secretary and treasurer of Opdyke Inc. And Ryan Marion Carlin and William John Bullock were appointed as agents to represent Opdyke Inc. during the zoning change application process. In Mr. Formolo's application, he states that the Catholic ministry priests must respect all norms laid forth in the Cincinnati Municipal Code, especially in numbers 1403-05, 1445 through 05, 1445 through 13, and 1445 through 21. Significantly, Mr. Formolo fails to mention section 1445-9 and whether the missionary priests will respect this critical section of the Cincinnati Municipal Code entitled Parties Entitled to Seek Variances, Special Exceptions, and Conditional Uses. This section states, quote, any property owner or authorized agent of the owner of the property affected may apply for variances, special exemptions, and conditional uses. Any city agency or department may apply for a variance or special exception if the strict application of the zoning code or the land development code conflicts with the application of the public safety and health requirements, section 144509. This section includes just two types of individuals who may apply for a conditional use. Number one, any property owner, or number two, an authorized agent of the owner of the property. This is specific to the code. The application for zoning relief was filed by Frank Formolo on behalf of Opdyke Inc. Nowhere in the application does it say that Opdyke is the owner of the property at 3980 Rose Hill, nor does it state that Frank Formolo, Ryan Marion Carlin, and William John Bullock are the owners of the property. This is because the property located at 3980 Rose Hill Avenue is owned by Sean Conway and Tracy Ramsey Conway, according to the Hamilton County Auditor. The application for zoning relief also does not include any mention by the current property owners of 3980 Rose Hill authorizing Ryan Marion Carlin, and William John Bullock to act as agents for them. The application for zoning relief does, however, include authorization by the Board of Opdyke to convey the limited power of attorney to Ryan, Marion Carlin, and William John Bullock to represent Opdyke Inc. in the process of petitioning for this conditional use permit at 3980 Rose Hill Avenue. Because the application for zoning relief was not filed by the current property owners, Sean Conway and Tracy Ramsey Conway, and because it was not filed by an agent of the current property owners, this application must fail and be denied. Now, what it says very clearly in section 8 of the conditional use application is that it must show that it must show the Hamilton County Auditor's record showing the ownership of the property. Clearly, the applicant is not that. We believe that there's
Mr. Herr, is that
yes.
Mr. Herr, is that the full language on section 8 of the application?
It's one of the pieces here, yes.
Could you read the full language?
I would have to pull that off of the website now. I just have some notes here.
Okay, I'm sorry, proceed.
So pretty much to sum up this situation here is we believe that the application from the very get-go was not properly filled out by the right by the right people that are required to do so. In addition, the purchase contract was not appended at the time of application. Mysteriously, about 10 minutes after I sent in this letter last night, all of a sudden the purchase contract appeared in the public record. And we find that to be a tremendous lack of transparency in this process. We would ask for this to be turned down based on this specific piece of the code alone. And if not turned down, at the very least continued so it can be researched by all parties more in depth. That's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Mr. Herr. Mr. Trouth, would you like to respond?
We have complied totally with the Cincinnati Code, and I'm going to ask Brother Ryan Carlin to respond to it since he was one of the applicants at the time. Brother Carlin, are you prepared to move forward?
Yes, of course. First of all, I just wanted to point out that the purchase contract was submitted to the city on June 1st, and it was uploaded by the city in the original application documents. It can be viewed and one can see the date that it was uploaded. I believe it was re-uploaded yesterday by the city just to make it clear to everyone, but it was previously uploaded on the 1st and publicly available. And second, regarding the text that Mr. Herr just read, Mr. Sturkey, the full text of section 8 of the application reads as follows. The Hamilton County Auditor's record showing ownership of the property. If the Hamilton County Auditor's official record do not list the applicant or owner as the owner of the property, please provide a lease, contract to purchase, or other agreement demonstrating the applicant or owner's legal basis to seek this relief requested. So we are in compliance with what is requested there, that we provide the purchase contract, which was provided with the application on June 1st.
Thank you. Mr. Trouth, anything else?
No, that is all.
Since we do have another attorney for parties of record here, Mr. Suter, is there anything you'd like to add? And you're muted. Mr. Suter, you're muted.
Unmute. There we go. It said I couldn't unmute, Mr. Sturkey, so now it looks
Oh,
like
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Sean Suter on behalf of a number of parties that have been referenced in the amended notice of appearance that I filed yesterday. I think I need to go through all the parties and their addresses that's in the amended notice of appearance, unless you'd like me to, Mr. Sturkey.
No.
Okay. All right. I don't have anything additional to add. I understand that a similar request or motion was made by Jeff Geppinger, who's one of the neighbors. And so, I would support those motions, but we don't have anything to add to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and rule on this now. My understanding is that a purchase contract is a binding contract between a buyer and a seller. There's precedent for city zoning applications being submitted and approved with a contract to purchase in place between a buyer and a seller. The contract to purchase leaves basically no question about the owner's desire to sell to Updike. The application specifically lists a purchase contract as an adequate document to move forward with an application. And I believe it would be impractical and burdensome for buyers and sellers in the city to reverse this precedent. So I'm going to deny that motion. All right. I believe we have another pretrial motion that was initiated by Mr. Suter. Mr. Suter?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It keeps saying the host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves. So I just want
I have to unmute. I have to unmute each person.
I got you. Okay.
And I did that on purpose.
Gotcha. I don't blame you. Thank you, Mr. Sturkey, members of city staff. My name is Sean Suter with Suter LLC. My address is 455 Delta Avenue, Suite 203, Cincinnati, Ohio 45226. As I mentioned, I represent a number of property owners in the vicinity of the subject property. And those are listed, those property owners are listed in the amended notice of appearance filed in the case yesterday afternoon. That's part of the record. The motion that we made is less procedural and more substantive in that we object to the hearing being held of this case even going forward because we do not believe the application was ever perfected. And I say that because the applicant requested a conditional use permit for a convent and a monastery. The applicant has since admitted facts that remove it from the category of convent and monastery, including in 2 letters that were sent to you, the zoning hearing examiner, and are part of the record. One letter was from the applicant's attorney, Mr. Joe Trouth, on July 19th, and the second letter was received from the applicant themselves on July 27th. In those letters, Your Honor, they attempt to somehow paint this as a single family use. And we believe that that's misleading and takes it out of the realm of a convent and monastery completely. And the reason is that the definition of the zoning code of a single family use is one designed for occupancy by one family. And that's set forth in section 140101-S9. A single family dwelling means a freestanding building designed for occupancy by one family. Looking at the definition of family in 140101F2 of the zoning code, that says family means a person living alone or 2 or more persons living together as a single housekeeping unit in a dwelling, as distinguished from a group residential use. As applied in the SF district use regulations, family includes A, up to 4 persons unrelated to each other by blood, marriage, or legal adoption, living together as a single housekeeping unit, or B, up to 8 persons other than foster parents and employees living together in a foster home approved and regulated by the state of Ohio. I don't think it's in dispute, Your Honor, that the applicant satisfies neither A nor B of the definition of family, and that what they're asking for is a group residential use, which is they're asking for a convent and a monastery. There are a couple problems with what they're asking for, and make no mistake that this is a change in the land use. If you grant a conditional use permit, you are changing the land use from single family to a group residential use because they do not meet the definition. The use would not meet the definition of family. So that is one major issue with this application, is that the applicant has stated that they're seeking a single family use that is also at the same time being used as a group residential use. And those two things can't happen at the same time under the Cincinnati Municipal Code. Second issue with the applicant's application is that in their letter that they submitted on the 27th of July, they also admit that not everyone who will be living at the residence will be part of a religious order. They admit that lay persons and non-ordained folks are going to be living on the property. Well, the definition of convents and monasteries in section 140101C22 of the zoning code says that convents and monasteries means group dwellings for members of religious orders. They have admitted on the record that they will have people living there who are not members of a religious order. Therefore, they cannot be a convent and a monastery. They are not a single family use under that definition. And that leaves the question, what exactly is this use? And the problem is, if they have not identified a use that is subject to a conditional use permit, then there's no application here, there's no case, there's nothing to hear. They haven't perfected any application for a conditional use permit. That is our objection. We asked for the case to be dismissed. Again, if you're reluctant to dismiss it, we ask that it be continued so that the applicant and other parties can file a perfected application with a use that is subject to a conditional use permit. They can't do that currently. Maybe they could, I don't know, but it seems to me that they would need time to perfect an application. So that would be in the alternative. Thank you, Mr. Sturkey.
Thank you, Mr. Suter. Mr. Trout, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Joseph L. Trout, attorney with Keating, Muthing, and Clekamp, 1 East 4th Street, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45202. I believe that Mr. Suter is attempting to obfuscate the issue. I will have Brother Ryan Carlin address this in a bit more detail, but I wanted to state that I was merely objecting to Mr. Suter's characterization of this facility as a dormitory, fraternity, et cetera, et cetera. I was not part of the original application. However, the original application is for a convent monastery, and we do fulfill that particular category under the Cincinnati Municipal Code. With that, I would ask Brother Ryan to address this in more detail.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Brother Carlin.
Thank you, Mr. Sturkey. Yes, so I'd like to make a couple points. First, to clarify that we in fact clarified on July 9th, not July 27th, who would be in the home. Because in the open houses that we had with the families on the 26th, 27th, and 30th, it was made clear to us that people were really interested in who was going to be in the building. And so on July 9th, we published a letter stating exactly who in all details would be living in the home. And that was, we specifically asked the city to take that into account in preparing its revised staff report, which it did. So to state that it was revealed on the 27th would be untrue. Second is that there's a misunderstanding here of what constitutes a religious. Religious are not only ordained members, but anyone with vows in a religious order. I am not yet ordained, but I've been a religious for 16 years. So just to clarify what exactly a religious is. Now, regarding the single family issue, since we originally approached the city on May 4th, actually prior to May 4th, since the city gave us its response on May 4th of this year, clarifying that we needed to seek a use under Title 14, Chapter 1403, Paragraph 1403-05 for conditional use for convents and monasteries. That is precisely what we've been requesting since the time. There's been no variation contrary to what has been alleged. So we feel that there has been plenty of communication and clear revelation of what we want as who we are and is what we're specifically requesting from the code, which is fully permitted. And finally, under said code, while it does state the convents and monasteries in the number cited by Mr. Suter are group residences, it also permits in the numbers I just referenced that a convent be permitted in a single family, SF20 single family residence without the need for a zoning change. So I believe that addresses his concerns.
Okay, thank you, Brother Carlin.
I just wanted to add to that, that the residents are, as Brother Carlin stated, the priest, the brothers, and lay missionaries who are or could be training for the brotherhood or the priesthood, and they are affiliates of the religious order.
Thank you. Mr. Suter, anything further?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sturkey. I do believe the record reflects that the applicant wrote a letter to you dated July 27th, in which that letter, he did indicate who would be living on the property. This was in response to my motion. So that is the pertinent letter that we're referencing here, and I would not characterize my statement around the July 27th letter as untrue. The record reflects it. The notion of a religious order, I think you just heard from Mr. Carlin that maybe a brother who is part of the religious order or a priest is part of the religious order. But being a member of a religious order, there's no evidence that a lay missionary or someone who is studying perhaps to be part of the religious order at some point is a member of a religious order. I think this is a big issue, and seems to be something that there's a lot of confusion around. And I think that the applicant's been very clear relative to what they're seeking. They're seeking for people to live there who are not members of the religious order. They're not ordained priest or an ordained brother. They're simply men who are part of a lay missionary or mission. And so they can't meet the definition of convent and monastery, meaning there's no conditional use permit available in the SF20 to them. This use that they're proposing, and I characterize it as a dormitory, which isn't permitted, but whatever it is, it's not permitted under in an SF20 zone. So we have a problem fundamentally with this application. And that's why we seek to have it thrown out, to have or to have this continued for them to perfect an application based on a use that they can actually make a showing that they are entitled to use the property for. So with that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Suter. I believe that the applicant has been clear and transparent about their intentions, about who they intend to house inside this residence. I think the application has submitted specifically lists who it will house, and that's consistent with a convent and a monastery use. I think that the application, that is the application that I will be deciding. I will be deciding whether this is going to be a conditional use will be granted for a convent or a monastery. So if they decide to use it for some other use after that, that would then become an enforcement issue. So I'm going to deny this motion. Okay. Moving on, I believe that we're ready to begin with the presentation of the applicant's case. Mr. Suter, are there any other pretrial motions that I'm from you that I'm missing?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Trout, did you have any other pretrial motions?
I have nothing further, but are we ready to?
Yes, I think we're ready to begin. So it's up to you. Typically, attorneys will provide some opening remarks or some framework around the application. And then do some either direct examination or let witnesses just provide their own testimony. I sort of leave it up to you on how you want to orient your presentation. But the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Mr. Sturkey. As I stated before, I was not part of the original application. However, I have reviewed everything and have found that everything is in order with regard to the application and compliance with the city code. Again, I would ask either Father Bullock or Brother Carlin to go into more detail on that, and I would give my time to them.
Okay, thank you. Brother Carlin and Father Bullock, the floor is yours. And before we do that, could you each raise your right hand? Do you both solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give, and Brother Carlin, the testimony you have given is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, please proceed.
Yes, my name is Father John Bullock. I reside at 8162 Chestershire Drive, Westchester, Ohio. I'm currently the local superior of the Legionary Christ community here, a Catholic priestly congregation. Mr. Sturkey, members of the city staff, witnesses, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to present our case. We are applying for a conditional use permit for the 3980 Rose Hill house for the local community of our congregation. The 7 to 10 residents in this household would consist of ordained priests, religious brothers studying for the priesthood, and 2 to 3 full-time male lay missionaries affiliated with our congregation who serve with us for 1 or 2 years in the Cincinnati area. This is the full and concrete way our priestly congregation typically configures our local convents. We are simply seeking a residence for our local community. It is not a place of public ministry, a halfway house, a homeless shelter, an Airbnb, or anything else of that nature. We want to live there while serving the broader community in schools, camps, retreat centers, and parishes. As a local Catholic religious community, we work in collaboration with the Archdiocese of Cincinnati, but they neither fund us nor provide housing for us. And while we did look into some of their properties for purchase, none were suitable for our needs. Our current residence in Westchester has become too small for our needs, hence our interest in the Rose Hill property. It is the only property we have found in our extensive search, including multifamily homes, that does not require fundamental structural change to meet our needs. It has sufficient bedrooms and community spaces for 7 to 10 members so that we may gather as a community for meals and prayer, essential elements of our religious life. Additionally, there is sufficient parking so as not to burden the neighbors. We also chose the Rose Hill house because it falls within the boundaries of the city of Cincinnati, which allows us to apply for conditional use permit instead of a zoning variance. Some have expressed concern that allowing us to enter the neighborhood would set a dangerous precedent, but in our estimation, the precedent already exists and does not pose a danger, since until recently, the Jesuits resided only 5 blocks away at the then Faber House without issue. And the use for which we are petitioning is already a recognized usage according to the Cincinnati Code. Considering all this, its suitability for our purposes, central location, and its reasonable price, we are convinced the Rose Hill property is the one for us. Religious convents have a rich history in the Cincinnati area. For example, the Dominicans in Madeira and Hyde Park, the Franciscans in St. Bernard, the Sisters of Mercy in East Walnut Hills, and the Jesuits at Xavier University just down the road from North Avondale. These religious communities, although individual members change from time to time, have contributed to the stability, peace, and connectedness in their neighborhoods for decades. And while there may be religious convents in neighborhoods which struggle, I do not believe that said difficulties could be attributed to the presence of those religious convents. As to the concerns specific to our congregation, the Legionaries of Christ, like much of the rest of the church, has struggled with issues of abuse. However, over the past several years, in response to those failures, the church, including our own congregation, has put protocols in place to create and preserve safe environments, including background checks, training and external audits, and transparency and reporting. We have lived in our current neighborhood for the past 7 years. We have gotten along with our neighbors of all religious and cultural backgrounds and endeavor to treat all people with respect. Our faith insists we do so. Additionally, according to Zillow, during that same period, the average home value in our cul-de-sac has increased by an average of $158,000. And while we are not claiming to be the primary cause of said increase in value, we have contributed to it through our neighborliness as well as the maintenance of our house and lawn. We would also endeavor to do the same at the Rose Hill property.
Father Bullock, I hate to interrupt you. When you look away from the camera, it's a little bit harder to hear you.
Okay.
So that's better right there, but as you look down, it's a little bit harder to hear.
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks.
All this to say that the religious community, including ours, is of benefit to the neighborhood. We have tried to communicate frequently with members of the neighborhood as to who we are and what we need. We have done so of our own initiative. We have communicated in our direct communications with Ms. Hare via email. Our email message included in the NANA newsletter, our 3 moments of open house to meet the neighbors on the porch of the Rose Hill house, the additional clarification email to NANA members from Ms. Hare regarding the conditional use permit, Brother Ryan's presence at the July 13th NANA meeting. We have listened to our neighbors. We have heard concerns from many, received a warm welcome from a few, while still others appeared at the time undecided. We believe that our proposal, written and as clarified during this hearing, sufficiently addresses the salient issues regarding our application. We ask the examiner to approve our application.
Thank you, Father Bullock.
So my name is Brother Ryan Carlin, and I also reside at 8162 Chestershire Drive here in Westchester with Father John. And I'm going to present the evidence in support of the presentation he just gave us today. So first of all, thank you to everyone here for giving us the opportunity to speak today. Thank you, Mr. Sturkey, for your time. As Father John just explained, as we laid out in our application for zoning relief and the accompanying justification statements, can you hear me okay, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Thanks.
Okay. In our accompanying justification statements, we are requesting the zoning relief suggested by your office in its letter of May 4th, namely a conditional use permit for convents and monasteries under Title 14, Chapter 1403, Paragraph 1403-05 of the Cincinnati Municipal Code. According to the Cincinnati Municipal Code, number 1445-13, our petition for the conditional use permit must respect all the norms laid forth in the code, especially in numbers 1403-05, 1445-05, 1445-13, and 1445-21. It is our belief that our proposed use of the 3980 Avenue property in fact fulfills all of those requirements, as these numbers cited above from the code deal with zoning regulations, district guidelines, neighborhood plans, standards for traffic, buffering, landscaping, hours of operation, neighborhood compatibility, all of which we have been found to be in compliance with according to the city staff report. We also, these numbers also address the possible adverse effects upon the community contemplated by the code and weigh them against the possible public and private benefits as can be seen in our proposal. Our proposed usage of the property does not pose any danger to the community while still providing a stable and respectful presence within the neighborhood. Again, as stated before, the staff report found us to be in compliance in its July 13th report. Having researched over 450 properties throughout the greater Cincinnati area, including single-family homes, multifamily homes, commercial properties, archdiocesan properties, and others, we have found that the property here at 3980 Rose Hill is the only option for our community which meets all of our necessary requirements of location, dimensions, and reasonable pricing. As can be seen in the site and floor plans that were submitted, the property provides our community with the needed 10 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, 8 community spaces, and an ample rear parking area that will fit 7 vehicles without requiring any structural modifications or additions. We are prepared for the long-term cost of maintaining a large and aging home. We are committed to updating and maintaining and the maintenance required to keep the home and lawn presentable and in good working order for years to come out of respect for ourselves and our neighbors. Also, as can be seen in the application we filed, we received some letters of support. The most salient of which I want to point out being the letter from His Eminence Dennis Schnurr, Archbishop of Cincinnati, who welcomed us into the diocese in 2012, recognizing us as a member here of the Diocese of Cincinnati. Also, the letter from Mr. Mike Gates, who is the president of Bearcat Properties, who's been our landlord since 2014. The letter from Mr. Bob Burnett, the president of the Wexford Homeowners Association, where we have resided since 2014, and a letter from Ms. Maria Gaviria, who's worked side by side with us for over the past years. I would now like to call 4 witnesses on our behalf, if I may.
Sure. Yeah. And before you do that, I'm going to try to admit one person who was registered who's trying to join us late. I will try to do that
no problem.
as we go through, but just give me a minute.
Mr. Sturkey, just a question, just a point of procedure.
Sure.
Are you going to save cross-examination of Mr. Carlin and Father Bullock until after they present their entire case, or how do you plan to handle that?
Yes.
Okay.
Until after the applicant presents their entire case?
Yes.
Or I can allow cross-examination directly after their testimony if you prefer.
I think that makes more sense. It's a little easier to remember exactly what they said. It's more contemporaneous, so I would appreciate that if possible.
Sure, no problem. So, Mr. Carlin, are you and Mr. Bullock finished with your testimony?
Yes, we were going to present 4 witnesses, but our testimony is complete.
Okay. Mr. Suter, would you like to cross-examine now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Mr. Carlin, I'll allow you to present those witnesses, but Mr. Suter is going to ask a few questions first.
And I do have one objection before we get into cross-examination, and that is relative to any letters that were submitted. I think Mr. Carlin just referenced several letters. Any letters that were submitted by folks who are not here to answer questions about them, those would be hearsay, and including the Archbishop's letter, Mr. Gates, Mr. Burnett, and any other letters. That's my objection for the record. Thank you.
By the way, it's Brother Carlin and Father Bullock.
So objection is overruled. Those are part of the record. They're in there. I think it's appropriate to reference them.
Okay. Mr. Sturkey, I would just object to not being able to cross-examine any of those members, any of those folks who testified.
Noted. Overruled.
Okay, thank you. If I could just ask Father Bullock maybe some questions. I had prepared pretty much the same questions, so I guess really either you or Brother Carlin could certainly answer. Whoever wants to take the question is fine by me. The question, first question I would have is first to Father Bullock. Can you please restate your role with the Legionaries of Christ?
Yes, I'm currently local superior of the community here in Legionaries of Christ. So you have local houses and a head of that local house. You have national heads and international, and I'm the local superior currently.
And as the local superior, what are your duties?
Analogous to a family, it's kind of like a family father, right? So I have responsibilities to the well running of the house and all that entails. Practical, interpersonal, ministerial.
And specifically, you have administrative duties associated with the regional, I don't know the terminology, please forgive me, but your regional organization.
The Updike, you mean specifically? Updike Incorporated, or?
No, the
Legion per se.
Yes,
the congregation
Legion per se, the congregation, yes.
Do I have a responsibility for them regionally is the question? Do you mean like nationally?
No, just regionally in Cincinnati, greater Cincinnati. Is that your territory or?
Yes, the short answer is yes. I'm head of our household, right? Our community, our spiritual family, if you will. And so as, you know, kind of involved in this process of seeking a new house for our community, yes, that would be part of my responsibilities.
And is there only one house for your community in greater Cincinnati?
Where we reside? Yes, correct.
Okay. And the subject property on Rose Hill Avenue would be that house, correct?
It would replace our current one, which is at Westchester, if that went through, correct.
Okay. And your current house and this proposed house, I'm just trying to understand what goes on there exactly. So are there offices? Do you maintain your office out of those properties?
I mean, I'll answer emails and make phone calls and things of that nature, just as anyone would out of their house, but it's not a place of public ministry, no. So it remains a household, which sure, you would occasionally answer emails and things of that nature, of course.
So no members of the public would ever come to the house other than maybe some house guests, is that right?
Basically, I mean, we have visitors, we have the missionaries are, you know, come, but no, this remains a household in its essence. And we actually rarely have visitors, but we obviously occasionally do.
And let's talk about the lay missionaries. That's a point of, I think, interest for folks. When you say lay missionary, who are these people? Are they just, they're not ordained, correct?
Correct. No, they're not ordained. As was submitted in our letter to the city in July 9th, sorry, we're simply seeking, sorry, let me get my notes here. So we would be a community of priests, religious brothers, And these lay missionaries are young men volunteering for 1 or 2 years, affiliated with our congregation, and usually, space allowing, residing with us in our houses. That is kind of the standard configuration of our houses if circumstances allow. That is correct.
When you say affiliated with your congregation, are they paid by you?
Full-time lay missionaries affiliated who come 1 to 12 years as volunteers. Sorry, 1 to 2 years, living with our communities, assisting us in our ministry. Some who eventually may discern to become brothers with us, or some returning to secular lay life.
Okay. And you're interested in the Rose Hill property because of its proximity to Xavier University, is that right?
Not essentially, no. Due to the size of the house, seems to fit our needs. The price is reasonable, and that it also falls within the Cincinnati city limits and allows for the option of a conditional use permit. Other places like Westchester and what have you would require variance. And so we thought it more feasible for all of the above reasons that the house would fit our needs.
And so do you recruit lay missionaries or other members of your congregation from Xavier University?
I've yet to even set foot in Xavier University.
Okay. Now let's talk about Opdyke Inc. They are an umbrella organization, is that right? That owns property for the Legionaries of Christ. Is that my understanding correct?
It is the yeah, go ahead.
May I answer since I'm more involved?
Yes.
In the details, sir? Okay. So Opdyke Incorporated is the Legion's landholding corporation here in the United States. So all of the Legion's communities in the 20 cities where we reside, those properties for religious financial reasons belong to Opdyke Incorporated, and are not under our specific ownership, but they are under our care and our responsibility to maintain. But they are owned by a central organization.
Okay. And my understanding also, if you could confirm whether this is correct, my understanding is that the Legionaries of Christ is a subsidiary of the Regum Christi, if I'm saying that right, or Regius Christi. I'm obviously not a Latin expert. So
Regnum Christi, you were right the first time.
Okay.
That is the larger spiritual family to which the Legion of Christ belongs. Yes, it's
Okay.
the global organization.
And are they a fundraising organization? Is that right?
Regnum Christi?
Yes.
No, Regnum Christi is a spiritual movement of Catholics, and it's a kind of a lifestyle in a way of following our Lord. So no, it's not a fundraising organization, but I mean, like any other nonprofit, it has to provide for itself by fundraising, but that's not its sole purpose, nor its primary.
So the Legionaries of Christ is a subsidiary of Regnum Christi. Is that accurate?
I would, Mr. Trouth, if I might, I am not familiar with the exact connotation of the term subsidiary. Would someone be able to clarify that for me so I may answer the question?
I think Mr. Suter is attempting to say, as a corporation, is it a subsidiary corporation? But yeah, I think your structure is different from the corporate world. So
we are.
I don't know.
It is true.
Okay.
And just to briefly answer your question as best I can, because
Sure.
it's obviously kind of apples and oranges to some degree. The Legionaries of Christ is its own freestanding congregation, religious congregation, but it is part of, canonically, what you would say, the Federation of Regnum Christi, okay, which is, so it's kind of a network, if you will, of a spiritual family.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. When you say religious congregation, is that a religious order?
Yes, basically. There are technical distinctions between orders and congregations, but in its essence, yes. It's almost interchangeable for practical purposes.
Can you educate us on those technical differences between a congregation and an order?
The short, for example, even the Jesuits are a congregation. I think the older, more monastic groups like the Benedictines would be considered orders, whereas the congregations are more recent. But when I say recent, I'm in the church time, that can be even as old as 500 years old.
And when you mentioned the Benedictine order, those would be orders where the members would live in a monastery. Is that right?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes and no. Just to clarify with respect to orders, historically speaking, the church stopped establishing orders over 500 years ago and began establishing congregations. And so only the older groups, such as the Dominicans, Benedictines, Jesuits, Franciscans, in canon law are considered religious orders, while all religious groups in canon law are considered congregations.
Okay.
So we are a congregation because we are posterior to about the year 1500. Prior to that, order was the common term, and then it became congregation.
Okay. So Legionaries for Christ would not be considered an order technically under canon law.
Depends on your interpretation of canon law. Nowadays, congregation and order are interchangeable. So yes and no.
Okay, but at one point in time, they were not. Is that right?
Well, we weren't even in existence when the change was made, but we are an organization within the Catholic Church, and that was per our kind of the intent or the explanation of asking the Archbishop to kind of verify that, not only that we are a legitimate Catholic organization, if congregation, but also legitimately per the Church's perspective in the city of, in the Archdiocese of Cincinnati.
So the Legionaries for Christ was formed as a congregation. Is that correct?
That is correct. We are a religious congregation within the Catholic Church.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. A few things about the use of the house. In your application, you said that no exterior or interior improvements would be made. Is that correct?
We said no structural changes, fundamental structural changes would be made. And we picked this house specifically because it wouldn't require any, because we don't want to have to modify a home and change what's already been in a neighborhood. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to maintain the home and keep it up to date, such as with the current property. There needs to be substantial tuck work done on the brickwork to preserve the home. So things like that will need to be done, but we're not going to structurally change the building.
And you've since said, since your application, that you plan to upgrade a half bath to a full bath. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In the basement, there is a half bath that would have in which we would install a shower.
Okay. So the staff report on page 1, the revised staff report dated July 29th, 2021, says that no changes will be made to the interior or exterior of the property. So that's not correct, right?
Which page? Sorry, sir. I'm trying to catch up.
Page 1 of the staff report under proposed conditions.
Proposed conditions. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
It's the second line. It says no changes.
No change will be made to the interior exterior of the property. Well, we clarified to the city in our letter of July 9th that we specifically requested be considered in the preparation of the staff report that we would need to expand a bathroom.
Okay.
In my understanding, adding a shower to a bathroom does not constitute a fundamental structural change to the building. But I would leave that up to the judgment of the city to decide.
It doesn't talk about structural changes, though, in that language. It says no changes, right? Doesn't use the term structural.
You are correct. In the report, it says no changes, but we were specific in what we requested.
Okay. And then the next issue has to do with who's living on the property. The staff report in that following line, you can just stand page 1 there, says the residence has proposed to house approximately 7 to 10 missionary priests associated with the Legionaries of Christ religious organization. Just to clarify, that's not correct either. These aren't all priests living there. Is that correct?
Yeah, you are correct that they're not all priests. And that's why we clarified after the neighbors expressed concern about who would be living in the home. We clarified in our letter of July 9th, which we requested the city take into account when it prepared the report, that In fact, the community is composed of, as we said before, 3 entities: the ordained priests, which is the great majority of the community, and at times the sole makeup of the community. Then at times, such as right now for these 6 years that I'm here, there's a brother in the community. And finally, there are the full-time lay missionaries, which are young men affiliated to the congregation who commit 1 to 2 years of their lives to the religious order, assisting us in our ministry before either becoming religious brothers as listed above, like myself, or returning to the secular field of work. This past year, we had 2 missionaries. One continued on to become a religious brother this summer, and one discerned it was not for him and is returning to the secular world. So they form a part of our community in that way. As I said, they are affiliated to our community. They live in our homes. They are under our financial and legal responsibility. They are not paid by us. And they work side by side with us in our ministry. And so hence, they've always formed traditionally an integral part of our priestly community.
Thank you. Let me understand, just educate us again, if you would.
Sure, of course.
On how does the seminary work? My understanding is that the Legionaries of Christ has a seminary in Connecticut. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as a brother, who I assume you're training to become a fully ordained priest at some point. I don't know. Don't want to.
That's correct, sir. Yes, I am.
Okay. So did you spend time at the seminary in Connecticut, or are you doing your seminary work here in Cincinnati?
So thank you for the question. As a religious order, each order has a different way of carrying out its formation program. In our case, our program is about 15 years of formation before you arrive to ordination, during which time you will study in a number of different locations. And a part of that formation is field training, which is what I am doing right now here in Cincinnati. So I am not in a period of studies, but I am in the field training that leads up to eventual ordination within the order.
Got it. So will there be other men studying to either be a brother or an ordained priest that would live at the house?
So it would depend. This next year, we are going to be receiving a second brother for the first time in many years, thanks be to God. And so there'll be 2 of us brothers here who are, along with the priest, participating in the ministry here in the Cincinnati area. Sorry, go ahead, my bad.
Did you spend any time in Connecticut at the seminary?
I did, 3 years, sir.
Okay. Will you go back there then?
No, I finished that. That is where you begin your studies for the first 3 years of your training. So
Okay.
I wouldn't be returning there, no.
So the second brother who's coming to Cincinnati to live will have spent his 3 years in Connecticut already. Is that correct?
I believe he spent 2, but yes, will have done 2 years there and would not be returning there either.
Okay, very good. Let me understand also, you said I think Father Bullock said that you will not have any other houses in the region being Greater Cincinnati. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Not a resident, no other residency for us. That's correct. Yes.
Does the Legionaries of Christ or your congregation, do you have any offices that you maintain in the region?
We don't own any office space in the area. One of the fathers works in a school. Another one works at a campsite, actually in Indiana, Oldenburg. We do own the campsite for ministerial purposes, but it is not our residency. But no, I mean, and again, it may vary from priest to priest or person to person. I work a lot out of the Holy Spirit Center in Norwood for retreats and things of that nature. But no, we don't have rented office space just for us exclusively. It kind of depending particularly on the ministry, where we would work.
And essentially then this will be the headquarters for the Legionaries of Christ of the Ohio Valley. Is that correct?
I mean, it depends what you mean by headquarters. If you mean public ministry, no. If you mean where we reside, primarily in our base from which to then, live out of and then, project into the community, yes.
So this would be your base, essentially.
This would be our home.
Okay. And just so I understand that the Legionaries of Christ Ohio Valley include Cincinnati, Dayton, Southeast Indiana, Northern Kentucky, Columbus, Indianapolis, Lexington, Louisville, and Northern Ohio. Is that correct?
We don't currently work in Columbus. The other ones that I heard would be correct.
Okay. And why did you exit Columbus?
Yeah. No, we haven't been working there for years. So we're in the other, and we also have to be careful not to spread ourselves too thin.
So let me understand, is there a house in every one of those markets?
Not ours. No, we are usually stay as guests. It just varies from place to place, whether it's at a family house, sometimes it's at a rectory. It varies.
Okay. So are priests stationed of your congregation in each of those markets, or do you travel to those markets?
We travel to those places.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay. Let's wrap up here. See if there's anything else real quick. I think that's all I have for now. Obviously I have questions for your witnesses going forward, so reserve time for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Sean.
questions.
I'm going to looks like someone dropped out and is trying to get back in, so I'm going to let them in right now. Mr. Troth, this would usually be sort of a time for redirect, but Father Bullock and Brother Carlin, if there's any statements you'd like to make based on Sean's questions, you can do that now, or you can move on to your additional witnesses.
No, we would like to move on to additional witnesses, and I'll let Brother Carlin introduce them.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Well, thank you. First, I'm going to call Mr. Chip Williamson. He is the principal architect of Chameleon Architecture. Mr. Williamson, the floor is yours. I believe Mr. Sturkey will need to unmute you.
I will. Just need to find him first. Okay. Mr. Williamson, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
All right, my name's Chip Williamson. I'm a registered architect. I'm the principal at Chameleon Architecture. I'm registered in 5 states. I've been an architect for 25 years. I've been practicing architecture for 30. I have my own firm for the last 20 years. And the reason I was asked to come was because I've worked on some similar projects to this case. Some religious, some non-religious groups, but specifically with the Franciscans in Cincinnati at St. Bernard and Mount Airy in Indiana and Oldenburg, in the Archdiocese of Cincinnati at the St. Susanna Parish, and some other co-housing groups and missionary groups in Yellow Springs, Cincinnati, and rural West Virginia. And the reason I'm here is that this is not unusual. It's not this is not something that's uncommon. So the way we look at architecture at our firm is that we believe architecture supports, enhances the activities of the space. So whatever happens there is how architecture is supposed to be responsive and responsible. So in this case, this group of unrelated individuals are going to operate and function as a family. And like I said, our projects working with these other religious congregations have underlined that for us in our practice. Unrelated individuals can and do function as families. In fact, are socially considered as such. And there are plenty of examples of non-traditional families that live in homes. And in this case, and like other communities I've worked with, these men will use the space as a residence and as a home. And this is what we create when we design projects with the same purpose. And in fact, our latest project is priest housing project in the city of Mason at St. Susanna. And we were reviewed and permitted under the residential code because it is truly a residence for priests. So in our opinion, brought in as supposedly a expert in this. This is an appropriate use, this house, especially because there's no additional need to modify it in any way, and the code would not require it. This is an appropriate use for this specific application.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. I appreciate your time. Now I'm going to call Mr. Geis.
Real quick, Sean, Mr. Suter. Mr. Suter, I'll just leave you on unmute if you're comfortable staying.
Okay.
Unmuted.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, Brother Carlin. Yeah, just point of order. We are going to let Sean Suter ask questions as we go through.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sturkey. Just a couple quick questions for Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson, are you familiar with the Cincinnati Zoning Code's definition of family?
Yes.
And does it allow for, in a single family dwelling, for 5 or more unrelated residents to live together as in a single family home?
By the code, no.
Yes. Okay. You mentioned the St. Susanna Parish in Mason. Was that residence that you got approved they're affiliated with a church and a school?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Williamson?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Geis. It's Ken Geis, I'm sorry.
Got it. Okay. Mr. Geis, asking you to unmute. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yours.
Thank you. My name is Ken Geis, 1 Spring Knoll Drive, Cincinnati 45227. I operate a consulting company that focuses on government affairs, including zoning, and I've worked with governments for more than 40 years. I'm currently the township administrator in Union Township, Claremont County, and I've previously worked as a zoning director. And I'll be brief today. First of all, I'd like to say that I think the staff did a very good job in framing this request for consideration. The conditional use permit clearly will not negatively impact the neighborhood, and I agree with the staff report and recommendations as revised on the report of 7/13/21. Specifically, when you look at the physical structure, one of the, I think, primary issues is that there are going to be no additional entrances created, no additional access points needed, and no additional parking spaces for the use of this property. The maintenance code for this structure is going to be the same as any other homes in the neighborhood, and certainly fall within the city's purview of enforcement. The order, specifically is stated by, Brother Carlin, is that, they have the resources to maintain the house in a proper fashion and order. And my experience with rectories in these facilities is they're generally not a detriment to the community. With the recommended conditions of the staff report on that the capacity be limited to no more than 10 people and no services to be permitted in the residence, and the house not being permitted to be used as transitional housing, I believe that the conditional use should be granted. And that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Geis. Mr. Suter?
Thank you. I'd like to reserve my questions for Mr. Geis to later on in the hearing because they relate to the staff report, and I'd like to talk with Mr. Owens about the staff report. So at that time, ask Mr. Geis any questions, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll allow that. Brother Carlin, any further witnesses?
Yes, I'd like to call Mr. Bob Burnett.
Okay.
Gentleman in the blue shirt in the green room.
Got it. Mr. Burnett?
Yes. Hi.
If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
The floor is yours.
Okay, my name's Robert Burnett Jr. I go by Bob. I live at 7963 Chestershire Drive, 45241, same street as the Legionaries live on right now. I was born and raised in Cincinnati. I love Cincinnati. I'm not a Catholic. I've never been associated with the Catholic Church. I'm the president of the Wexford Homeowners Association, which is the neighborhood homeowners association. I've been president for like 6 years out of the last 10. I can honestly say that the Legionnaires are great, friendly people. They keep up their property, they keep up their house, their yard. It always looks nice. They participate in community events. They're quite knowledgeable, interesting, and always uplifting people to talk to. Personally, and as the homeowner president, I hate to see them go. We'll miss them. They have a very positive effect on the neighborhood. And I can speak for many people in the neighborhood who believe these men add to the ethnic, social, and intellectual diversity of the neighborhood. I encourage everybody to get to know them, and I plan on staying in touch with them wherever they move to. Great guys, you know, I see them on a regular basis. We live on a very small street. It's a dead end on both ends. It's only about 2 blocks long. So I see them on a regular basis. Totally enjoy all of them. That's about all I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett.
Mr. Suter?
Just one objection to Mr. Burnett's statement that speaking on behalf of other residents in the community. Strike that.
Overruled.
Well, it'd be hearsay, Mr. Sturkey. He's speaking on behalf of other people that I can't cross-examine.
So, Mr. Burnett, to clarify, you're speaking as a representative of the Wexford Homeowners Association?
I'm not sure of the legality of that. I'm speaking personally at this point, but I think if anybody would check with the board of the association, they'd have very similar feelings to what I just expressed.
Okay.
I know that.
So also stand the objection, Mr. Suter, to the extent that he's speaking for anyone else or for the homeowners association. These are his personal statements.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, Brother Carlin, next witness.
Thank you. We'd like to call Miss Maria Galviria.
Okay. Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Maria Gaviria, and I reside at 7267 Lawyer Road, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45244. I have worked with the Legionaries of Christ for over 18 years through their Ministry of Youth and Family Missions. They have instilled in me and those they actually minister to also a sense of always serving the community, helping the underprivileged, and enabling opportunities to serve and to lead. I have found them to be open, kind, inspiring, welcoming, and very inclusive. In the last 8 years under their leadership, I have participated in mission work in the greater Cincinnati area with many of the United Way agencies, bringing people and resources together, touching lives of at least 1,000 Cincinnatians a year. As a retiree from Procter & Gamble, who led several leadership roles in human resources, and as a resident of Cincinnati, it really is a privilege to have the Legionaries of Christ live and work in our community, given there's a shared common goal of being a force for good. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay. Thank you, Maria. Mr. Suter?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Brother Carlin? Any more witnesses?
No, that's all our witnesses. Thank you for the opportunity to present our case today.
Thank you. Thanks for your time and your testimony. Okay. I believe that we are now ready to move on to a presentation of witnesses from Mr. Suter and his client.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sturkey. Appreciate it. Before I get into that, we do have 9 speakers of the folks that I represent who will be speaking each on a different topic. Should be orderly, and as concise as possible. So we appreciate the opportunity. The public here, if I could give a little opening statement, the public really has spoken clearly that this is not in their interest. And I think that cannot be disputed. You can see the letters, you can see the objections, and it should be obvious to everyone that the public does not believe that this is in the public's interest to, from a land use standpoint. And then we're focused on the land use here. We're changing a single family into a group residential facility, and that is the crux of the issue. On that point alone, on the fact that this is not in the public interest, and you're going to hear that throughout the comments going forward, on that basis alone, the conditional use permit cannot be approved. The only job that the zoning hearing examiner has in this case is to weigh the private benefits, the private burdens, the public benefits, and the public burdens. And this kind of backlash from the public indicates that there really are no public benefits here. And without a public benefit, you cannot have a conditional use permit. Today, you'll hear testimony, evidence, and argument about all of these issues. The applicant's application and their statements just don't add up. 1 + 1 is equaling 5 here, and it just doesn't add up. Their lack of transparency and clarity is as mysterious as their organization. I think you'll find that all the comments that you hear from my clients will focus on 3 issues. We've put them in buckets. One issue is use, and that we believe that the proposed use is not what has been advertised. And we've already talked a little bit about that today relative to my first motion to dismiss. The second bucket, or the second big issue group, is the lack of any public benefit, which I just addressed, in the balancing of the equities. And we believe that the staff report fails to identify any public benefit whatsoever. So therefore, this simply cannot be approved as a conditional use of the property. And then credibility. We believe that the story has changed. It hasn't been clear. It's changed time and time again, and it keeps changing. And so, the members of the public don't quite understand or know the true intentions, who's really going to be living there, who is, and what are they going to be doing there. And so you'll hear a testimony about that. And we believe that the use of the property is as mysterious as the organization itself. There are contradictions galore that'll come to light. And I would like to start with the first speaker from our group, Mr. Jim Miller.
Okay. Jim Miller, I think I see him here. Are you on Jolene Strubles? Need you to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
I can. Mr. Miller, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yep.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jim Miller. I live at 4018 Beechwood in North Avondale. My wife Jolene and I have lived at this residence for 36 years now. We love our neighborhood, and we don't support any changes that we believe are going to have a negative impact on the community, either changes directly or changes that frankly set a precedent. You're going to hear today from many of my impassioned neighbors about why this conditional use permit should not be approved. And I'm going to reiterate a point that's already been made. And there are multiple reasons, but the main reason is that the collection of people stated to live at 3980 Rose Hill, in our opinion, is not a monastery. The zoning 1401(1) states convents and monasteries are group dwellings for members of religious orders. My understanding within the Catholic Church, a religious order is a group of men or women who live under religious vows of poverty or obedience or chastity. And I think what we've heard of this group is that's not the case. Their initial application and supporting statements said that there were going to be 7 to 10 priests living at the home, which would in fact fit the definition of a monastery. However, subsequent statements have changed the makeup of that proposed number of the House. It's been stated earlier, and the first supplemental statement, which I believe was on July 9th, was very clear, and I'm going to quote it: the 7 to 10 residents of this household would consist of ordained priests, religious brothers studying for the priesthood, and 2 to 3 full-time male lay missionaries affiliated with our congregation who serve us for 1 to 2 years in the Cincinnati area. In our opinion, lay missionaries are not members of the order. And that was confirmed, we believe, in the letter that was dated July 29th, where the organization wrote, full-time lay missionaries are men who live in our religious communities, assisting us in our ministry before either becoming religious brothers or returning to the secular field of work. We also think, in addition to these lay missionaries, who we would also argue that the religious brothers studying for priesthood are not yet members of the order either, because they have not yet been ordained. So the applicants can define a monastery any way they want, and they're defining it as a group of priests and soon-to-be priests and lay missionaries. But the code enacted by the city is very clear. And by their own admission, this house will not be a group dwelling for members of a religious order. It will be, sorry to be offensive, it will be a dormitory or a fraternity. It will be a collection of unrelated men living together with common interests and goals, which is great. But it's not a monastery, and the application, in our opinion, should be denied simply on this basis, because dormitories and fraternities are not permitted in SF20 zoned areas like our neighborhood. And by doing this, you set a dangerous precedent that, frankly, our neighbors will speak to. Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Trout, I'm going to give you an opportunity to cross-examine if you have any questions, but before I do that, I actually have a question. So, Mr. Miller, if this were just priests and not lay missionaries or other people that are coming into the house, would that change your opposition to this application if it was only priests?
To be totally honest, I think there are other issues related to this particular organization that would cause us not to want them in our neighborhood, to be honest. But if they were a group of priests, ordained priests, this comment that I'm making wouldn't be logical, because they would be in alignment with being a monastery.
They don't fulfill the others.
So regardless of whether they're priests or missionaries, you're still opposed?
Absolutely. And you'll hear my reasons, supported by many of my neighbors, over the next minutes.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Miller. Mr. Chow, do you have any questions for Mr. Miller?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Miller, what are the negative impacts that you referred to of this monastery?
We've got a very organized neighborhood message that we're going to deliver to this group. I'm actually going to defer to my neighbors to represent me and my wife. But what you're going to hear from them represents our point of view. And we've set this up in a very structured and logical way. And I'm going to defer to them to represent me.
You referred to negative impacts. Do you have personally knowledge of any negative impacts?
Well, personal knowledge of definitely any negative impacts. They're not here, so I haven't seen any negative impacts, but my anticipation is that there will be, both to our neighborhood directly and our surrounding neighborhood, yes. And like I said, my neighbors will speak to those points very directly and very succinctly.
What is the precedent to which you refer?
Groups of non-related people to this magnitude of number, we've seen in surrounding houses that the condition of the residents degrades over time because they don't have the same degree of commitment. That's again a point that you're going to hear my neighbors speak to and draw some very specific examples of that. So that's related to the precedent that this sets for a neighborhood like ours.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Suter, next witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sturkey. Walter Kuski, are you prepared to speak?
Let's find out. Walter, you can unmute.
Am I unmuted?
You are, yes. Could you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so swear.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
I'm Walter Kuski of 4064 Rose Hill Avenue. Under City Code 144505, CUP approval requires a careful review that minimizes potential adverse impacts to the neighborhood. The staff report fails to meet this obligation. The staff report mistakenly asserts that 710 priests will be residents. LOC asserts that priests in training and lay people will stay on a rotational basis. Temporary residency is not normal and is an unminimized degradation. The staff conclusions on parking are dangerous and do not represent careful review. 90-degree parking of the 5 cars is impossible as the pad is 10 feet or more too narrow. Only 90-degree parking allows cars to turn around and safely exit the driveway. The driveway is 150 feet long approximately and is blinded by heavy vegetation that runs essentially to the sidewalk. Cars backing down this driveway will not be able to see approaching bicycles, strollers, children, joggers, or our famous dog walkers until it is too late. My own driveway experience and my experience in neighbors' driveways validates this opinion. This is a substantial adverse impact on transportation and safety that is not minimized, but is instead exacerbated in the staff report. Public benefit. The staff report identifies 0 public benefit from granting this CUP. I was always told never to kick a skunk, but city staff apparently has done so. Staff's stated public benefit contains the measures the LOC claims to be taking to reduce sexual abuse of minors in their ranks. As the LOC is currently located in Westchester, it is impossible to calculate this as a benefit to the city or the neighborhood. Mitigation of risk still implies risk. So this claim benefit is actually a net negative impact. Complete mitigation of this risk requires disapproval of this permit request. Lacking any public benefit and with numerous demonstrated and unminimized potential adverse impacts that others will share, the examiner is compelled by law to reject this application. Thank you.
Mr. Trout, any questions for?
Yes, Mr. Kursky, do you have any personal knowledge of any adverse impacts that this group, this monastery would have on your neighborhood?
Only what I have read and no personal direct knowledge.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kuski. Mr. Suter?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Melvin Neisney, if you're ready to proceed, please proceed.
Mr. Neisney, just need you to unmute. I'm sorry, Dr. Neisney. Dr. Neisney, could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Secretary. My wife Lois and I are in our 51st year of residence on Rose Hill. We're probably the 3rd longest residence in North Avondale. And we've watched the growth of this neighborhood from a lot of problems to a lot of benefit for many people. The only religious group that we know of in this in North Avondale is the Quaker House, located a mile or so from Rose Hill, and I believe they only have a caretaker there. They don't, and then they have, I think, a weekly meeting. That's about all. We've been through this kind of problem in the past. Probably 30, 40 years ago, a commune masquerading as a single family, moved 26 people into a house on Beechwood, and through the diligence of neighbors, identified that they didn't belong there and they were evicted, okay? We've worked with a number of houses that are in deteriorating state, people who I would say, I'm a psychiatrist, I would say that they suffered from obsessive compulsive disorder and could not maintain the house, and it would gradually deteriorate. And we worked with the city and with the individuals to either get help or to move out. And they did finally move out and rescued several houses that had been falling in great disrepair. The statement that the priest coming into the neighborhood would not cause any problem is just way off base. Mr. Geist, you don't live here and you have no knowledge of how people feel. It's caused a huge uproar and aggravation, in anger, in fright. People who have children are particularly concerned about priests who, by history, have history of child abuse that goes back a number of years. The priest avoided the question about practice in Columbus, Ohio. And I'll tell you why. Because Columbus, Ohio diocese banned them from practicing in Columbus. A ban has been imposed upon the Legionnaires of Christ in Miami, Florida, in Boca Raton, in Richmond, Virginia, in St. Paul, Minnesota, in Los Angeles. We don't hear any of that from them. When they came to the NANA meeting, oh, it's all wonderful. They're going to bring spirituality. No one asked them for anything. We're fine. We don't need them. We have a fully integrated black-white neighborhood that accepts all people, has for many, many years. And people are very concerned. People with children are very concerned. There's no way that they can monitor their priests as they say they can. They did not cite any psychiatric, psychological, or professional procedures to ensure that none of their priests vary from their priestly duties and not harm the children. There are many, many children in the neighborhood, and those families are very agitated and do not want these people here because they will not contribute. They'll only deter from the connection that the neighbors have with one another. They won't contribute anything. And I'll say they're not going to be future owners here. They're like the locusts who come and take what they need. And then when they've done, can't find any more recruits, they will move on. And how they'll leave the house when they move on, we have no idea. Also, we have a lot of gay people who are excellent neighbors of ours. They're outraged that this group is trying to come into this neighborhood because they're not respected. They're not valued as people. They don't value gay marriage. It's quite the opposite. And we don't need this kind of detrimental attitude of these people coming into our neighborhood. So I've given you a number of reasons why neighbors are opposed. There were 100 neighbors who voted at a NANA meeting to say, no, we do not want them, okay? So, Mr. Sturkey, I'm gonna ask you and your staff to go to Columbus, Ohio, to go to Los Angeles, to go to Richmond, Virginia, to go to all these cities and find out why they have banned the Legion of Christ from operating in the diocese of those cities, and why the priests here won't speak of that. They don't talk about the fact that they've been rejected over and over and over again. And they come in here and act like, oh, they'll just be wonderful fellows and contribute to our neighborhood. And they won't, because they won't be accepted. And they've generated, as I say, a lot of turmoil, a lot of anguish, a lot of anger. Now, let me say one other thing as a psychiatrist practiced over 54 years. You don't know how hard it is to deal with people who have sexual disorders, primarily people with pedophilia. They will act in such a way that you will not know that they're trying to line up some person to harm. And you'd have to have one person following around one priest every day to make sure they didn't do something they weren't supposed to do. And so you can't tell me that you have safeguards. That's a lot of baloney. And I've practiced and I've treated people with this disorder, and it's extremely hard. There's some you can help. There's some you have to corral and maintain because they're not, you cannot change them. And they don't come forward and say, oh, I have pedophilia and I need some help. That's not how it works. They're usually caught doing something they shouldn't be doing, and then they're adjudicated often, and the court will be involved. So don't tell me that you think you can provide a safe environment for our neighborhood, because you can't, because you don't know how. Thank you, Mr. Sturkey. Oh, go to those cities, check them out, and report back to us. Thank you very much.
Mr. Trout, any questions for Dr. Nisny?
Yes, Dr. Nigel. Do you have any personal knowledge of the fact that you believe this home will fall into disrepair if this order is allowed to live there?
Could you qualify your question, please?
Do you have any personal knowledge that this house at 3980 Rose Hill will fall into disrepair if these priests and brothers and lay missionaries are living there?
You mean structurally?
Yeah.
Well, they're not even there. I have no idea how they're going to treat the house.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any personal knowledge of the accusations that you made about these gentlemen going forward?
Well, if you want to believe what's on the internet, Mr. Trout, there's a lot of people who have been harmed by priests from the Legionnaires of Christ and who have sued in court. And so I have to accept that those people who were harmed knew what was happening and didn't like it and reported it. But have I seen anyone, have I examined anyone who's been by that? No, I have not, because they haven't been here in Cincinnati doing things they shouldn't be doing.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Suter, next witness.
Thank you. Jack Emery, are you prepared to speak?
Yes, I am.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
My focus today is on failure to provide public benefit. I'm Jack Emery. My partner Thomas Kochel and I have resided at 4033 Rose Hill Avenue since September of 2012. The applicants have not asserted any provable public benefit in their application and supporting statements. They make a number of claims about public benefit. I'm going to address these claims one by one. Claim: provide a long-term, stable, positive presence in the community. They've clearly shown that they will not be long-term or stable. With non-ordained layperson stays as short as 1 year or even temporarily, a term that Brother Carlin used in the NANA meeting, as well as references to the short-term stay of these laypersons in the NANA meeting on July 13th, as well as a supplemental statement of July 12th. Annual turnover of personnel does not promote stability. This is a stable neighborhood. Members of this community have lived here for generations. We have multiple families who have 4 or 5 family members in the community who grew up here and whose parents grew up here. Someone who rotates through a facility, an operation, a facility, a house is Father Bullock's term, which is the what I'll use, on an annual basis does not promote stability. Therefore, I think we can say that that term, that positive benefit that they've stated, can be ignored. They make an additional claim to provide for public safety. At the July 13th NANA meeting, Mr. Carlin, when I asked him about how they are going to provide for public safety, Mr. Carlin stated that by occupying the home, they would provide public safety. A purchaser who does not require a cup would provide the same benefit. It is not unique to their occupancy that an occupied home provides for public safety. Therefore, it has no bearing on the cup. The homes in this neighborhood, especially on Rose Hill Avenue, are in high demand. And in fact, our local realtors have a waiting list. Heather has a waiting list of people who want to buy in this neighborhood. Okay. So we can, I think, disregard that claim of public benefit. I would like to point out, at no time did the staff acknowledge or qualify any of the claims of public benefit that were made here, okay? Additionally, they claim that they would promote fraternity. They may promote fraternity within their own house, but not towards the community. In truth, they've brought the community together in opposition against them. So I guess I should thank them for promoting that level of fraternity, but it's not due to something they brought. It's in that we are so opposed to their entry into the neighborhood. They claim they will serve as a spiritual and moral anchor and provide spiritual leadership for the neighborhood. The staff report says religious beliefs are not zoning considerations and do not affect the conditional standards. Because the applicant made these as public benefit claims, they brought the test of their suitability, the organization's past behavior, and their religious views into consideration. If that's the only claim they have, how can we not examine this? Therefore, we have to examine it. These questions are not about the Catholic Church, but about this order. The message is clear. Their spiritual leadership is not welcome in North Avondale, and that's been expressed through the near unanimous vote of our neighborhood association. In addition, based upon the amount of misleading statements in their original application and supplemental statements, they have no grounds to claim moral anchor. If this is all they have to offer as a public benefit, then they failed that test. In fact, they're bringing distress to this community, and they don't have the compassion or empathy to recognize the amount of stress that what they're fighting against and what they're fighting for is so hurtful to so many people. They're not bringing peace and fraternity. They're making families and kids uncomfortable because of their history and their views. They're making members of the LGBTQ plus community, relive old traumas because of what the regressive and hateful views towards us are. This includes the order's penchant for gay exorcisms and conversion therapy, which, by the way, is illegal in Cincinnati. We know their views, and they do not serve as the moral compass for the loving community that we have built here. The role of this body is to weigh the balance of public benefit, private benefit, and public harm. They've enumerated no measurable real public benefit. Please recognize this harm and that this experience and this institution will cause to our community and deny this cup. Thank you.
Mr. Trout.
No further questions.
I have a couple questions, Mr. Emery. You mentioned some misleading statements from it. Could you outline which misleading statements you're referring to?
Yes, Sarah Rich will enumerate this, but throughout from their original application, which I frankly, on its face, I believe they thought was perfected in a way that would get it approved. When the neighborhood became somewhat engaged in this topic, they issued a supplemental statement. The original statement said 7 to 10 priests. Later, they start talking about lay people and brothers in training. Clearly, lay people missionaries are not priests, but their original statement mentioned that. This is also something that wasn't recognized in the staff report, this discrepancy. They go on with this letter of, I think it was the 27th that was just filed this week, to then define clearly that layperson missionaries are not priests. They're not members of the order. The order is a subset of within the Regnus Christum congregation. So they attempted to mislead the zoning board with their initial statements. So that's the first place that I would call the question. The second, and it's already been discussed, clearly they said there would be no changes to the property. They didn't say structural, they didn't say major, they said no changes to the property. Subsequent statements, I think Brother Carlin goes on to say things like, well, we reserve the right to make some changes. we reserve the right to change and make a bathroom. It's not about the level of change. It's the fact that there has been an ongoing obfuscation and misleading nature to this. It's easy to make an application appear the way you want it to if you think it's going to get passed quickly, but once it comes under examination, you're now being challenged. So these are these two alone are clear violations or clear misleading statements that they've made and subsequently corrected, but to what harm? They've bred mistrust because they weren't forthright in their initial application and statement of intent, or statement of, I guess, supporting statements.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Emery.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Suter, next witness.
Thank you. Ms. Grace Spencer, are you prepared to speak?
Ms. Spencer has been dropping on and off.
I have been, yeah. And I'm hoping I can get through this without dropping off. So I apologize for that. I don't know what the problem is at this end.
Sure. If you could raise your right hand, get you sworn in. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Floor is yours.
All right, I'm going to speak to the transitory nature of the Legionaries of Christ, and I have done considerable research about that. The Legion of Christ priests, brothers, and laymen assigned to the Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky area are, by their own admission, a transitory community. LOC, and by that is Legionary of Christ members, are routinely transferred to and from ministries throughout the United States and even overseas. This is of particular concern to the neighbors and homeowners in North Avondale and Rose Hill residents in particular, because in fact there is no way for the residents to know from one day to the next who or how many will be residing, staying in, or visiting the property or the residence from one day to the next. It has been asserted that the communal living arrangement would consist of ordained priests, brothers, and laymen. The inclusion of single laymen within the organization and their need to be housed within a monastic community remain in question. Is a zoning enforcement agent going to be assigned to 3980 Rose Hill to ensure that there is strict compliance with these CUP requirements and designation? How will anyone at any time know whether there is a predominance of laymen versus priests and brothers living in the home? In that event, is it reasonable to surmise that the property is de facto being used more like a group home or even a rental property? Conceivably, 10 times 12 individuals could be assigned to this house over the course of a year, or more depending upon the length of time each individual stays. And there is no way that the Legion of Christ Order here in Cincinnati can make that determination in advance. And we say that because, or even respond to this concern, because there's no way for them to know where the needs of the order might direct their members at any given point in time. For example, the order in April of 21st released the names of 7 more priests found guilty of sexual abuse at their school in New Hampshire. Those reports resulted in the closings of other schools. When this first occurred in 2014, their New Hampshire school was closed. Another school was closed in Rhode Island. When these things happened, it necessitated the sale of the properties and the reassignment of the priests. The report necessitated the immediate private school closing. Numerous other schools have closed, while other schools in parts of the country have been taken over by the Legion. An example is the Donlan School in Atlanta, and yes, even here in Cincinnati-Mason, Royal Mount Academy has not always been under the purview and ownership of the Legionaries of Christ. So once again, it requires the reassignment and moving and transfer of Legion members. Additionally, unplanned surprise discoveries of malfeasance and misbehavior, sometimes even criminal sexual abuse behavior, has resulted in hurried decisions and negative outcomes. An example that properties have had to be liquidated quickly and at losses. The potential consequence to our neighborhood, of course, is a more transitory community residing at 3980 Rose Hill Avenue. These are not baseless suppositions or ruminations of an overactive imagination, nor are they a discriminatory mindset. These outcomes have been experienced by other residential communities where the Legion has resided. Even a little research will uncover a trail of this activity and broken promises, and in some cases, a deception. The purchase of large, expensive residences and tracts of land within upscale, often gated residentially zoned areas is their modus operandi. They have left a trail of CUP and zoning petitions and appeals, tax assessment disputes, and breach of contract lawsuits from coast to coast and in countries around the world. In one case, Mount Pleasant, New York, it lasted 25 years, only to be recently dismissed by the New York Supreme Court. They tied up their zoning issues and tax assessment issues all that time. Another one lasted 9 years in Newcastle, New York, only to have recently the Legions then decide to sell the property. There's an article to be quoted that was published just in March of 2019 that stated, after 9 years of appearances and applications before Newcastle Zoning Board of Appeals, the 98-acre Legionaries of Christ property is for sale. True to form, the property was for residential uses, seminaries, or retreats. But the Legionaries of Christ, after the purchase of the property, sought further zoning changes, variances, building permits. The end result has been to tie up the time, talent, and treasure of the small municipalities' zoning personnel, along with those of residents opposed to the proposed changes. And in all those years, the Legion's tax-exempt status deprived the town of essential property taxes, to say nothing of the ill will that it resulted in the community. And let's not forget that the property was then vacated. It is still for sale, with Legion members reassigned. The transitory nature of the Legion of Christ order is not solely limited to the coming and going of the individual priests. It is tied closely to the financial viability of the order itself. The historic sexual abuse cases that have plagued this order since 2010 have resulted in mass exodus of priests, benefactors, and has reduced the numbers of prospective seminarians. Their own Reverend Garza, director of the Legion's North American territory, stated, quote, "I do not want to dwell excessively on our recent history, but our present challenges, especially our pressing financial difficulties, require us to recognize that there are several factors that have led us where we are. Having analyzed our current situation, we have seen that perhaps our growth rate, we may have overestimated our needs and currently have more facilities than our actual presence in America requires or supports." This statement was issued in 2012, and the property in question still has not been entirely liquidated. It's 165 acres in Mount Pleasant, New York. However, all the priests associated with the school's property and retreat center have since been relocated, as that property for school purposes was vacated and sold to another organization. The point being that the financial situations, flagging support, persistent attempts to repurpose property usage, ongoing sexual abuses, April of 2021 most recently, exacerbate the transitory nature of this order of men. The legitimate concern and fear on the part of residents of North Avondale and Rose Hill is that 3980 will not be used as agreed should a CUP be granted, and the further attempts to change the property uses will be made. This is based on the order's past behavior in other communities. This concern was confirmed to me by a zoning representative in one of the cities aforementioned, who will remain nameless. But we believe that members of the City of Cincinnati Zoning Board and residents of North Avondale will become embroiled in time-consuming, expensive, and fruitless adjudication. And finally, that the property in question will likely be sold within a relatively short period of time while continuing to have attached to it a monastery convent CUP in perpetuity. And when this happens, the priests who have perpetuated this will be reassigned, and the rest of us will be left holding the bag and cleaning up the mess, because that is what this transitory group does. The transitory nature of the Legion of Christ negates the property as a monastery convent, and contrary to the assertion that benefit will accrue to the neighborhood, the street, the community, or other property owners, it is deemed by all affected and opposed to the cup that actual harm to the residential integrity and character, and yes, to the community's peace will result. And opposition to this cup will not abate. I would like to further state that the Order of the Legion of Christ has recently sold a 15,000 square foot property on the grounds of their school in Mason to another organization. And to Chip Williamson's assertion that it is common that rectories and other residences that are part of churches be used for a convent or rectory purpose, he is correct on that, but I question why this order of priests would have actually sold what could be in a totally suitable property or building on their own property to another organization when it could have easily been made into a residence for themselves that is on the property in the same parking lot as the Royal Mount Academy School. The other question that I want to bring about to that goes to this idea of the transitory nature of it. The Regnum Christi movement and congregation in Cincinnati is comprised not only of lay men, but of course lay women. The Regnum Christi lay women live at the Holy Spirit Center on Montgomery Road, which is where the Legionary of Christ priests say their Mass and have retreats. Why, I ask, would not the Regnum Christi lay men and the Legionaries of Christ priests live on that same campus? They are over 100 rooms, and the Regnum Christ women, lay women, are transitory in nature also. So to suggest that there is no other place for a transitory group of priests and laymen to live is simply not true. So that and the fact that they have had other opportunities to use suitable areas to live, and they have chosen, for whatever reason, not to, because they want to be in this particular community, is a great concern and suggests that this transitory priest. One other thing I will mention, I know I've gone on longer, but Father John Bullock made the comment to me at the time of the visit I made to the house when they were meeting on the porch. He told me at that time that he is being reassigned to Houston and that he would not, in fact, be a part of the community living in the church at Rose Hill. So my question is, he's pretty transient already. Who is going to replace him? And there was really only one other priest there at the time, so we really did not have an opportunity to meet any of the other members who would be living in that particular space. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Spencer.
Thank you.
And I'll note, as witnesses ask questions, I'm not gonna allow a back and forth between the people that are asking and the applicants. But if the applicants would like to respond to those questions, they will have an opportunity on rebuttal. If there's any question that you would like to respond to, you can make a note of it and you can respond on rebuttal. Thank you. Mr. Trout, any questions for Ms. Spencer?
No question.
Okay, great. Thank you again for your testimony, Ms. Spencer. Mr. Suter, next witness.
Yes, Carolyn Gilman, please.
Okay. Ms. Gilman. Okay. Ms. Gilman, just need you to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, yes. Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
My name's Carolyn Gilman. I've lived,
Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry. I think there was a little short there. Did you say I do?
yes, I did.
Okay, great. Floor is yours.
So I've lived in the neighborhood or our family's lived in the neighborhood for 32 years, and we are fourth generation. My kids are fourth generation North Avondale. And I just want to talk about the value of the surrounding homes. In our community, a degradation of the value of homes occurs anywhere where they change from a single family home to a group residential home. And you can see this around our perimeter in our neighborhood, like to Clinton Springs. We see this also in Clinton Springs between Rosehill Avenue and Mitchell, including one multifamily that was previously owned by the Archdiocese and now sits vacant. It's actually sat vacant for 3 years. Our neighborhood fought to remain single family for 50 years, and we're still successful. Home values have grown and are on a continuous upward trend. The core of the growth in home values in the neighborhood have been largely driven by the number of young families with children, gay families with or without children, who are looking for a vibrant, relatively diverse and community-minded place to live. We have built that in that community in North Avondale, and it's beautiful. The reputation of the Legionaries of Christ is unfortunate, but it is a fact. A simple Google search will dissuade the very families that would consider this neighborhood appealing and will drive down both demand and prices for these homes. No one wants to purchase a house and live in close proximity to them, sorry. No, nor in proximity to a share house, group home, fraternity, and dormitory. And I just want to briefly talk about the street parking. I'm a neighborhood liaison with the CPD, and it's important to understand that when you have cars that are parked on the street, we do receive regular break-ins. And when the cars park in these massive, like together, like a 2, 3, 4 cars all in a row, it just makes it worse. And we see, everybody wakes up in the morning and we are witness to the glass all over the place, or cars being ransacked. It's just street parking attracts crime. It hurts our crime stats and further devalues the neighborhood. If you allow this to move forward, the devaluation of the neighbors of the nearest neighbors will occur the day they move in. Please deny this application for a CUP based upon the negative impact it will have on the surrounding homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Trout, any questions?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Suter, next witness.
Alan Rafferty.
Okay. All right, Mr. Rafferty, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, floor is yours.
Great. My name is Alan Rafferty. I live at 3969 Rose Hill with my wife Sarah and our daughter and our 2 dogs right across the street from the home in question. And my testimony is a follow-up to Carolyn's. As my neighbors have spoken today about the wide range of topics concerning the Legionaries of Christ and their application for the CUP. One of the major requirements of the CUP to be approved, that the private good is balanced with public harm and public good. I'm going to focus on one of these specific categories that must be considered in any conditional use permit hearing, and that's tax valuations. And among the many categories of topics which you must consider are these tax valuations. Undoubtedly, there is harm to our municipal bodies and our school if this private residence is used for a religious institution. This was brought up at the NANA meeting if the Legionaries of Christ planned on applying for a tax exemption, and Brother Carlin refused to answer this simple question. It is perfectly clear that the applicants will file for a property tax exemption after closing on the property, as this is their past MO. It's common among religious institutions, especially the Legionaries of Christ. They and the arm of this organization that is attempting to purchase the property have a history of shrewdly fighting with local authorities in court and avoiding taxes regardless of the impact on their communities. For example, in the town of Mount Pleasant, New York, the LOC fought hard for a tax-exempt status on a large property, and even before it was granted, they challenged their property tax assessment repeatedly. And per the Mount Pleasant Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Susan Guinea, she said, we have refunded several $1 million to the Legionnaires in terms of tax. And that was from an Examiner news article. In addition, we believe the impact, and this is a follow-up to what Carolyn said, that will make this less attractive to young families with kids, and especially gay families, of which we have several in the neighborhood, thus reducing demand and lowering property taxes, not just for this property, but for our properties as well. As Carolyn said, our home properties have been going up, and a big reason for that is because we are a single family neighborhood and dedicated to our homes and a lot of long-term neighbors. We have lived in our home for almost 8 years, and we don't have any plan to move anytime soon. And please add this to consideration of public harm in this matter to the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafferty. Any questions, Mr. Chow?
No.
Okay.
No question.
Mr. Suter?
Yes, Ms. Jolene Struby, please.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Jolene Struby, and I've lived in the neighborhood since 1985. I live at 4018 Beechwood Avenue. I'd like to address parking. The staff report dated July 13th states that, quote, no variances are being requested for the property as the property complies with all zoning requirements, including parking. Brother Carlin in his testimony also reiterated this. It further states that 7 vehicles can be accommodated at 3980 Rose Hill with 5 cars on the parking pad and 2 in the garage. We dispute this and would like to see this demonstrated for a daily use situation. Doing a little search for Google Earth, the map shows that the back parking pad is roughly 55 deep from the back of the house to the garage and roughly 30 feet wide across the garage. A standard parking space is 9 foot by 18 feet. So while you technically could get 5 cars on the pad, on the 55-foot pad, and 2 in the garage, you cannot get them in and out of that space while they are all in place. In fact, the only car that can get out with the other 6 cars in place is the one parked on the left side of the garage. And that car would then need to back down nearly a 150-foot driveway with a large hedge, which is dangerous for pedestrian and traffic. The car on the right side of the garage can't back out because the parking pad completely blocks this garage door and it would hit the other 5 cars. And as the 5 cars on the parking pad have only about 30 feet in total, when they need a minimum of 42 feet to back out and make a 90-degree turn, none of them can back out at all. I, in fact, have driven down the driveway at 3980 Rose Hill to contact the homeowners about a neighborhood directory update just this week. Parking was prohibited on the street, so I had no choice as to drive down the driveway. I parked on the pad very close to the house to deliver my paperwork. I initially tried to back out the same way I came in, but it was impossible to do. In fact, I had to use most of the existing pad to make a 4 or 5 point turn to turn around to be able to drive out. It's our belief as a result that this parking pad was solely designed to serve its existing use as a place for a family with 2 to 3 cars, allowing use of both garage spaces and a place to turn around to exit the driveway safely. It is our sincere belief that the staff analysis of the parking situation is inaccurate and fatally flawed, and this is a failure of the zoning board. The application indicates that they expect 7 to 8 vehicles on site at any time. In reality, the home cannot accommodate daily use parking spaces for this many people. It is ill-conceived to believe that each and every time one person needs to exit the garage, the parking pad, or the driveway, that all the other cars will be moved. As a result, most of all these cars will end up on the street. However, the report states that no vehicles are expected to be parked in the front of the house or regularly parked on the street. Well, where will they be parked? Legally, cars can be parked on the street for no more than 24 hours. Where will the cars go when that time is up? As Carolyn just mentioned, the neighborhood has seen a surge in crime by opportunity in areas with thieves attracted to large number of cars when they are parked on the street. We do not want to further attract thieves into the heart of our neighborhood. This is a very real public safety issue and a very negative impact to our neighborhood. In summary, we firmly believe that the staff analysis on parking is wholly inaccurate, and any approval of the CUP based on these errors will be wrong and result in ongoing parking and safety issues for the residents and the neighborhood. It is our hope that you would do the due diligence to attempt to execute the daily arrival and departure of 7 to 8 cars at this property, fully accommodated with 5 on the parking pad and 2 in the garage, before assuming that your analysis is correct. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information.
Thank you for that testimony. Mr. Chow?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Suter?
All right, our last speaker is Sarah Rich. Sarah, are you ready?
Hi. Are you ready? We can, yes. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Floor is yours.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, yeah.
Okay, great. Hi, my husband and I have lived on this street for almost 10 years. And today I'd like to address the numerous discrepancies in this application. The order has contradicted their original application and supporting statements multiple times, and they have not been transparent at all. And the laughing from them today, as we speak, has made it clear that they're not interested in transparency or accuracy. Specifically from Ryan Carlin, even when concerns about child abuse were raised by Dr. Neisney, shows us that they're not interested in neighborly relations. Even when they're trying to convince people to let them move here, one would assume on their best behavior. The order has repeatedly stated in their initial paperwork that priests would be residing in the home. Only after additional scrutiny did they change their response to say that multiple categories of people would be residing in the home, including priests, candidates for priesthood, missionaries, and lay people. This does not meet the city definition of a monastery and is one example of the changing story. In fact, today, Father Bullock has referred to their current residence multiple times as a home and not a convent. The initial request to the neighborhood didn't include the name of this order of priests. Why would they say that they're an order similar to the Franciscans when a simple Google search shows that they could not be more different? The lack of disclosure of their order to the neighborhood shows intent to do anything it takes to get approval for this CUP. The applicants state that the home has 10 bedrooms and submitted a floor plan with rooms erroneously marked as bedrooms. A bedroom is defined by the city of Cincinnati as a room with a window and a closet, and this home most definitely does not include 10 bedrooms. The city's own auditor's website lists this as a 5-bedroom home. The applicants have repeatedly stated in paperwork that they would make no changes to the home. But again, after additional scrutiny from the community, they've updated their response that they reserve to make changes, as per today, substantial changes as necessary. They will have carte blanche to carve up this house any way that they want, to be using it as the dormitory it will be. How will it ever be sold again as a single family home after they've carved it up into 10+ bedrooms? The change in numbers from 7 to 10 transient people continues to impact our street negatively. My 6-year-old walks to her best friend's house down the street almost every day and will now have to dodge 10 additional vehicles constantly backing up and down onto the street to allow people to leave this home at 3980 Rose Hill. The applicants have said that they only own 7 vehicles between 10 unrelated people, but I would ask how they know this in advance with such a transient population coming and going. The applicants have claimed that they're simply using this as a residence. However, their home also serves as the administrative office for their region. Their own website refers donations to their current address. Today, they called this house their base. Ryan Carlin told NANA attendees that they do not have offices in Cincinnati and that their administrative offices are in Atlanta. This is simply not true. This residence will serve as a business office for the order, which by their own words serves Cincinnati, Dayton, Indianapolis, Lexington, Louisville, and Northern Ohio, but not Columbus, as we know now why. The discrepancies in subsequent changing requests are concerning to North Avondale, and just one reason why we feel that the zoning board has not shown due diligence in reviewing this application to house a transient group of men on a residential street. This duplicity, combined with the mockery and laughter that you have seen today when the neighbors have testified concerns in good faith, show us that the Legionaries of Christ are not interested in being good neighbors. Thank you.
Mr. Trout, any questions from Ms. Rich?
No question.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Rich. Okay, Sean, you said that concludes your witnesses?
That's correct.
Okay.
That concludes our witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. So we're going to take a short break, 5 minutes. Just to give everyone a preview of the rest of the hearing, we're going to move into the public comment portion of the hearing, where anyone who has not testified yet, who is attending, will have an opportunity to testify or to voice their opinion about the application. I will limit those comments to 5 minutes. Again, as I said at the beginning, you do not need to use all 5 minutes, but the time is yours to use as you would like. And then after that, the applicants will have an opportunity for rebuttal. So you'll be able to respond to any of the testimony from Mr. Suter's witnesses or any testimony from the public. Then we'll move into closing statements and then we'll adjourn. So again, 5 minutes. So by my clock, that will be 12:41. I'll start promptly at 12:41. Thank you all. Okay, I believe we're ready to jump back into the hearing. Welcome back, everyone. So a couple people with their hands up, so I'll try to address some questions. Mr. Monk, are you with us?
Yeah, sure.
Did you have a question? Mr. Monk? Mr. Lewis, do you also have a question?
Yes.
What is it?
I just wanted to be recognized to speak.
Oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's coming soon.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, and I do apologize. I'm going to go a little bit out of the order that I just mentioned before the break. I forgot that I was going to allow for our zoning plans examiner, Doug Owen, to offer any testimony if he would like. So, Doug, are you with us? Okay. Looks like he's still not back from the break. So let's go ahead, just keep things moving. Let's go ahead and jump into our public comment portion. This will be in no particular order. This is just sort of how I've written down names as folks have come in. And so we are going to start. Is Tim Spitzmuller here? It would be helpful if you could raise your hand, the hand raising function, or actually raise it in your camera view. Oh, Doug, you back with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Doug, let's go to you. Tim Spitzmuller, you'll be next after Doug, if you're with us. Doug, is there anything you'd like to add to your staff report?
No, I don't have any additions to what is stated on the record based on the staff report.
Okay. Mr. Trouth, do you have any questions for Mr. Oops. Sorry. Do you have any questions for Mr. Owen?
I'm sorry, I just had to unmute. Mr. Owens, I just wanted to ask you about your analysis of the parking. There was some critique about that from one of the witnesses. Do you believe that there's adequate parking on-site and off-site for this particular use?
Yes, based on the zoning code for group residences, the requirement is 1 space for every 2 residents, which at a maximum of 10 people on the site, there's a requirement for 5 spaces. So there are 2 spaces within the garage, and then the parking pad has, at least 3 spaces. A legal parking spot is considered to be 8.5 feet wide and 160 square feet in total area. So that parking pad that's existing there does have room to provide the full amount of required parking.
And there was some statement made that there were not 10 bedrooms. They said, based on, I don't know what, there were only 5 bedrooms, but what is your opinion on that?
Yeah, so, from a zoning standpoint, we don't necessarily look at the number of bedrooms. If there are 5 bedrooms in a group home, then you could potentially have 2 people, 2 bedroom. There's no standard from a zoning standpoint as to how many bedrooms are required to house a certain number of people. Any issues related to the size of bedrooms or anything like that would be a building code concern, not zoning.
But there were floor plans submitted by the applicant. Did you review those and find out that there are indeed 10 bedrooms?
Well, I reviewed the floor plans. I didn't necessarily focus on the number of bedrooms because, as I mentioned, that's not a particular zoning concern.
But those floor plans are of record, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chop. Mr. Suter?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sturkey. Thank you, Mr. Owen. I do have some questions and clarification about the staff report. Were you the official who advised the applicant to submit for a monastery convent, Mr. Owen?
Yes.
And when you advised them to submit as a monastery convent, were you aware or made aware of who was going to live in the property?
Generally, yes, I was aware that it was a religious organization that wanted to use this property as a convent and monastery.
But did you realize there'd be unordained persons and lay persons living there as well at the time?
Not at the time.
And are you aware now that there aren't that there will be unordained, I should say, non-ordained and lay persons living on the property, proposed to live on the property? Is that right?
Yes.
And does that change your staff report and proposed conditions? Page 1, you state the residence is proposed to house approximately 7 to 10 missionary priests associated with the Legionaries of Christ religious organization. Do you stand by that statement, or would you like to amend that statement now after hearing the evidence?
Yeah, and that was included in the revised addendum that the applicants did submit, that would not be solely ordained priests that would be living there, but it did include missionaries and lay persons. So that what could be amended in the staff report. That was not a change that made it into that final revision, but I was aware of that when the revision was being made. That doesn't fundamentally change our recommendation.
And also there's a statement right before that that says no changes will be made to the interior exterior of the property. I believe now we're aware that they do intend to make some changes to the interior of the property, correct?
Correct.
So would you like to amend your statement and staff report in that respect as well?
Yes, so that would, the intent of that statement was that there were no substantial changes to the structure of the building. I was trying to get at the fact that there will be no additional entrances or no walling off of sections of the building to create separate units that would make it a multifamily building. But minor changes to the building would be expected, as would any residential use. You know, expanding a half bathroom to a full bathroom is not something that would trigger any concerns for zoning.
No, but it would be a change made to the interior of the property, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess my question about your assumption, why do you assume that lay persons are part of an order? How did you come to that conclusion?
So that is a zoning interpretation. The code mentions that a religious, a convent and monastery use is for members of a religious order. It doesn't specifically say that members need to be ordained priests. So we do consider missionaries or lay people that are members of the group to be members of the organization.
When you say we do consider, you mean the city has interpreted the zoning code to be that?
That is the interpretation of the zoning administration.
And where is that written down other than in your staff report?
I don't know that it is.
And have you ever applied that interpretation to any other cases?
Personally, I've not been involved in any other convent and monastery approvals.
Okay. Now, the Legionaries of Christ, in their letter dated July 27th, 2021 to the zoning hearing examiner, indicate that they spoke to you after the July 7th hearing. Did you speak with anyone from the applicant after the July 7th hearing in forming your revised 7/13/21 report?
Yeah, I believe I did speak to Brother Carlin, I believe. I don't remember the specifics of that conversation.
So you spoke with Brother Carlin following July 7th. What was the nature of that communication?
To the best of my knowledge, it was just about if any additional information could be provided to, inform the staff report based on the revision that would be following the continuance.
And did Brother Carlin or anyone from the Legionaries of Christ provide any additional information or clarifications to you?
Yes, in writing based on those supplemental addendums to their justification statement.
So they did it in writing, they didn't do so verbally on the phone?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, were you directed or instructed by anyone in the city administration to produce a favorable staff report in this case?
No.
Who is your direct report?
I'm sorry.
Who is your boss at the city?
Emily A. House, the zoning administrator, is my direct supervisor.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with anyone from any city department or agency about this case?
I don't believe so. I mean, I spoke with the zoning administrator, but I don't believe I spoke with anybody outside the zoning administration.
Okay. If this isn't a monastery or convent, it would be prohibited in the SF20 zone. Is that correct?
I mean, I'm sorry, can you?
If this proposed use is not a monastery or convent, it would be whatever it would be prohibited in the SF20 zone, correct?
I mean, if the use was determined to not be one of the permitted uses in the district, then yes, it would be prohibited.
Okay, so a dormitory would be prohibited in the SF20 zone. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You say on page 4 of your report that the house will function in the same manner as a single family dwelling. Now, you're aware of the definition of single family dwelling, correct?
Correct.
So you're aware that a single family dwelling cannot have more than 4 unrelated persons under the Cincinnati zoning code, is that right?
Correct.
So how can you say in your staff report that this house will function in the same manner as a single family dwelling?
That is intended to mean that it will be used in the same manner as a single family dwelling. There will only be a single kitchen facility. There will not be separate dwelling units created within the building, but it will be a group of people living together in a single family setting.
But a single family dwelling cannot be used for more than 4 unrelated persons under the Cincinnati zoning code, correct?
Correct.
So they cannot possibly use this house as a single family dwelling, correct?
Correct. Not with more than 4 people.
Correct. And they're going to have more than 4 unrelated persons proposed in this house, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you say on page 4 and again on page 6 of your staff report that no adverse effects on value of neighboring property will be anticipated, did you speak to or consult with any real estate expert or appraisal when making that statement?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether there'll be adverse effects on the value of neighboring property as a result of this proposed conditional use?
No.
Do you wish to maintain that statement in your staff report, considering you have no?
I'm gonna object, Sean. If you want to make the argument, you can make the argument at closing.
Okay.
Do you have more questions for Doug?
Just a couple, I think. I just want to make sure. The public benefit. You've received dozens of letters from folks in the neighborhood who are opposed to this development, correct?
Correct.
Have you read those letters?
I have.
Okay. And the only public benefit you cite is the group has taken steps to address past failures. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What do you mean by knows? Oh, I want to ask you real quick as we wrap up here, I'll wrap up, Mr. Sturkey. I want to ask you real quick about your recommendations, because this is really important. You've recommended to Mr. Sturkey to approve the conditional use to allow a convent and monastery use in an SF20 zoning district with the following conditions. The first condition A being the number of residents shall be limited to 10 or fewer. Did you intend that to be 10 or fewer persons of the order, or what was your intent with that condition?
Yeah, I intended that to limit it to 10 or fewer members of the religious order as, defined by the convent and monastery. So the applicant had proposed a maximum of 10 people. So we wanted to place that condition so that it would not grow to more than 10 in the future.
And then the second condition B says no services shall be held at the residence. By services, do you include education, missionary work, fundraising activities, and general office human resources work?
It's intended to prevent religious services that would draw more people to the house than would be expected to come in a typical single family district.
So condition B should say no religious services shall be held at the residence?
I think you answered the question, Sean.
Okay,
Answered the question.
The
It's a
next
recommendation.
The next question, yeah, and it's important, these recommendations. The next question is, on that is, do you intend to condition, or would you recommend to Mr. Sturkey conditioning any approval that the property not be used as a regional headquarters with offices and other non-residential uses?
I don't believe that condition wouldn't be necessary because that would not be a permitted use.
So you would not consider those uses as accessory uses then?
There are certain home occupations that could happen if they occupy a certain amount of space and things along those lines, but anything above that would not fall within that use.
Okay, and the residence, you say in C, the third condition, the residence shall not be utilized for transitional housing or any other type of group dwelling otherwise prohibited in the district. That goes without saying. Anything that's not otherwise permitted would be prohibited. Is that the intent of that statement?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you for the clarifications. Thank you, Mr. Sturkey.
Thanks, Sean. I'll attempt to answer a couple of questions. Ms. Rich, do you have a question? Shaver.
I actually
Ms.
wanted
Rich,
to
do you have a
make
question?
a statement, but is this not the time?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Ms. Schaefer, do you have a question?
I was hoping to make my statement.
You will have that opportunity shortly. Thanks. Ms. Spencer, do you have a question or do you want to make a statement? You'll have to unmute.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I guess, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
My question then for Mr. Owen is,
I'm sorry. That's out of order. Ms. Spencer, I muted you because it's out of order. You cannot ask questions of Mr. Owen. Your attorney, Sean Tudor, is the only one permitted to cross-examine Mr. Owen. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to Mr. Spitzmuller. Mr. Spitzmuller, are you with us? If so, you could raise your hand. I think we do not have Mr. Spitzmuller with us here. If so, we'll come back to you if you can raise your hand. Okay, Wendy Ruhlman. Is Wendy Ruhlman? Okay, moving on. Remco DeJean. I believe I saw that he was still here. It's Remco DeJean. Looks like he is, yes. Okay, Mr. DeJean, if you could unmute.
Yes.
Great. Hi. Thank you for being patient and waiting. If you could please raise your...
Technical issues.
Okay, if you'd like, I...
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Good.
Can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Are you ready to testify?
Yes.
Okay. Floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
The applicants clearly said that the reason they chose Cincinnati was because a CUP was going to be easy to get versus a variance, and because it was reasonable. So it sounds like we're a cheap date. That's unfortunate. That's an unfortunate situation for us. I hope we strike the conditional use permit from our books. It's stunning to me that a dispassionate bureaucrat could voice a group like this upon an unwilling neighborhood that is nearly unanimously against it. And I think that many of the things that have already been said are very, very true and important. I think one of the biggest things that I would point out to you is that it took me almost 2 years before Jack and I introduced ourselves after he moved in. We moved in a couple of years before he did. And then after a couple of years, I introduced myself and we spoke, and now we're friendly. And this is neighborhood. And when you have transitional people that come in completely different auspices, they don't have to pay the basic entry fee of this neighborhood, which is property taxes, that these people will not become friends. They will not become friends. Like, they may be buddies. You know, I reserve that term for somebody who I'm not that close with and somebody who I don't know. I think a friend is someone who I've met for a couple of years repeatedly and had shared experiences with. These opportunities for neighborliness go away with this property when it's used in the way that they're proposing. And I just think that's unfortunate. And I think it's truly unfortunate that in the CUP books, there's not a clear opportunity for a majority of the people, and maybe you think it's mob rule, but for a clear majority of the people to speak, that the bureaucracy trumps our democracy is rather stunning. That's all.
And the perceived benefits.
Okay.
They will fix.
Mr. DeJong, I know that you have another person there. And
Thais
she's on the
Morat, my
list.
wife.
She's on the list to testify. So if you're finished, we can move on to her testimony if she would like to testify.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I
Okay,
made this.
Ms. Murata, if you could raise your right hand.
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I swear.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
I'm surprised that the benefit stated to the community would be that they will promise to or fix past mistakes. That's not a benefit. I submitted a letter to you before the meeting stating, regardless of who these people are, we do not want a group home. There is plenty of evidence that group homes decrease property values. That's a real risk, measurable, that would affect me and my neighbors. We are putting a lot of money into these houses. This neighborhood has had many ups and downs. And we are investing, we're making it better. And we do not, I see that this, as stated by Carolyn Gilman and others, the risk it brings to us is of decreasing property values and in the tax base. So it's not that nothing particular to this group. We don't want 10 ballerinas. We don't want 10 other group homes. I don't think you want a group home next to your house or anybody. It's very simple. So I thank everybody for their statements, and I hope our voice will be heard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being patient. Appreciate your testimony. Okay. Again, in no particular order. Philip Pierce. Mr. Pierce, are you ready to testify?
Yes, I just would like to read a statement if at all possible.
Sure, that's perfectly fine. Just let me swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
So Tim and I have lived in this neighborhood since 2001 over the course of 3 homes. The 2 biggest reasons we stay and continue to buy in this neighborhood is that all the homes are single family. And it's because of all the love, kindness, and embracement towards members of the LGBTQ community like us and many, many others in this neighborhood. We just ask that you just review the facts of the case, that the LOC, Legion or Legionnaires of Christ, are very open in the fact that they're against the gay community and marriage equality. By the way, we live next door to the house in question. So this large group of individuals that are against my rights want to live next door. And how we feel about that is no different than as if we were of the Jewish community or Jewish faith and a large group of Nazi sympathizers want to move in next door. Or if we were of color and a large group of the KKK wanted to live next door. That's how we feel. And, you know, Nana took a very firm vote with all the residents, and 99% of us do not want this cup approved. And I know you've received, I don't know, 60 plus letters in opposition of this cup sent to both yourself, Mr. Sturkey, and Mr. Owen. Seeing how the entire community, of all of which are taxpayers, are against this cup, there is no benefit for us. We don't share the same values as they do. They don't share the same values as we do. And speaking of taxes, and I know that this has been touched on before, the residents in our community are, again, all registered voters, pay hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars each year in property taxes. The LOC will not. The LOC has zero plans to be part of our globally diverse, socially progressive neighborhood. You know, should this cup be approved, this is going to have such a huge negative impact on our general welfare and general being. It's causing us great distress. Our whole community is in unrest. And there are other properties, one coming soon, very, very soon on Reading Road, that is zoned for everything they want. That's also a large home. I can't just express to you in other words how this is impacting us living next door. And as someone who gave previous testimony, reliving the trauma and how far and how much we fought to get where we are. And now a large group of people that are against us wants to live next door to me. It's not right. And that's why I did and have involved the HRC, PFLAG, GLAD, the civil rights groups, along with Rachel Maddow. I want them to know what is potentially going on in the city of Cincinnati. And that's all I have to tell you.
Okay. Thank you for your time and your testimony. Sarah Kim. Is Sarah Kim still with us? Sarah Kim, we may have lost her. Okay. Thomas Kochel. I believe Thomas Kochel was still on.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Kochel. Just need you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Floor is yours.
I don't have much to add to what's already been said. There were a few things said earlier in testimony for the applicants. There was a comment about non-traditional families. There was a comment about inclusivity and them living in an inclusive environment. And I think as Philip just said, and my partner Jack said, we don't see that reciprocated toward us. That they are not, they're publicly against our lifestyle. They support conversion therapy. We've lived in this home for 10 years. We plan on living here for the rest of our lives. And it is very distressing that they use language like non-traditional families and inclusivity to build their case when they publicly are against those things like non-traditional families and inclusivity. And I know I've gotten some people who have supported it and said things like, well, we don't want to tell people where they can and can't live, but you cannot be tolerant of intolerance. Tolerance of intolerance is not a solution. And taking all of that out of it, there are many other places they could live, I believe. But you cannot really look at one and look at the other. They want to make a change. They want a conditional use permit. Another family would occupy the house, and they have not proven that they will actually add benefit. They cannot prove that they will add benefit to this neighborhood, any different, a benefit beyond what a single family would do in this home. I don't believe they can prove that. And if anything, there's been evidence to say that they don't support that. So that's all I had that I wanted to say today.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Kochel. Okay. Next up is Heather Herr, and I'm going to try and give a lineup so people can get prepared. Maybe that'll help us get folks through faster. So I have Heather Herr, and then Jason Rich, if Jason Rich is here, and then Jeffrey Herr will be after Jason Rich if he is present. So I believe I see Ms. Herr down there. Okay. Could you raise your right hand? Are you driving?
I am actually in a car driving my daughter back to college. She's driving, thankfully. So my husband is actually going to speak on my behalf, and I do apologize because I do want him to speak, but he's doing that for me just because I'm in a car.
Sure, no problem. I just want to make sure that you weren't
Thank
driving.
you. I'm not.
Okay.
No, thank you.
So you're gonna have your husband speak for you?
Yes, please. Only because I'm in the car.
Okay.
I'm worried about Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right. So is Jason Rich present? Okay. Jeffrey Herr. After Jeffrey Herr will be Ellery Lewis. After Ellery Lewis will be Judith Harmony if Judith Harmony is present. Jeffrey Herr?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can, yes. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and I assume you're Heather Herr's husband?
Yes, and this statement is on behalf of the North Avondale Association. Position from the North Avondale Neighborhood Association, known as NANA, to the conditional use permit
Mr. Herr,
request application case number ZH20210087. What?
Mr. Herr, so having a little trouble with you. Okay, sorry. It seems like you're on a bit of a delay. Having a little trouble hearing you.
Hold on. Let me switch off of speaker. Maybe that'll help.
Okay. And if you could
Can you
lower the
hear me?
camera too. Yes, I can.
Well, I can't hold the phone. I'm on this call on my
That's
phone.
fine. Got it.
Okay.
Let's do that. I'd rather hear you.
Okay, great.
Okay. Floor is yours.
All right. May this statement serve as the formal statement of opposition from the North Avondale Neighborhood Association, otherwise known as NANA, to the conditional use permit request application case number ZH20210087 regarding 3980 Rose Hill Avenue located in North Avondale. The NANA meeting held on July 13th produced the following voting results for this CUP request for 3980 Rose Hill Avenue. 92 votes against the CUP request, 5 votes for the approval of the CUP request, 5 abstained from voting. So for those that voted against and for the CUP request / approval, 94.85% voted against the CUP request approval. I also want to note that the LOC did not even try to connect with Heather Herr, the NANA president, at the meeting held on July 13th, not before the meeting or after the meeting. In fact, the LOC representatives and their attorney that is on this call today left immediately after the vote, and other than their presentation and Q&A, did not engage with a single person at the NANA meeting on July 13th. The topic of use has also received an extreme and overwhelming abundance of opposition letters to the City of Cincinnati Zoning Examiner's Office regarding the aforementioned CUP request. The purpose of zoning is to regulate land uses to serve the health, safety, and general welfare of the public, protecting all properties from potential negative consequences of neighboring incompatible uses, protecting the value of properties by permitting them the most appropriate land uses and minimizing potential negative impact of nearby uses, controlling the location and negative impact of nuisance-like uses. Nana's statement here, the zoning examiners must clearly have concerns that a potential approval to the aforementioned CUP threatens the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of North Avondale based on all the testimony today, the letters that have been provided before this hearing, as well as the vote that was taken on July 13th. These uses require, the CUP uses require conditions because in their absence, the use could negatively impact nearby properties. Based on the fact that the aforementioned CUP is required because in its absence, the use could negatively impact nearby properties, the zoning examiner's office simply cannot overlook the nearly ridiculous amount of opposition letters and or the nearly 95% vote against this CUP request from North Avondale residents and or stakeholders at the NANA General Assembly meeting held on July 13th, 2021. Planning boards such as this should pay attention to informed, intelligent suggestions and do their best to find harmonious resolution. The overwhelming opposition that has been provided today, in addition to the letters of opposition sent in over the past few weeks and the nearly unanimous vote at the NANA meeting, should give the zoning examiners 100% confidence that a harmonious resolution will never happen, and thus makes it impossible for the zoning examiner to do his best in finding a harmonious resolution. Local zoning ordinances further classify certain land uses within each district as conditional uses that are subject to case-by-case review. Conditional use permits allow zoning boards to approve a land that may be compatible in the zoning district in which it's proposed, but that should not be permitted as a matter of right because of the range of potential conflicts that such a use may create. This hearing today and the testimony from all the North Avondale residents have clearly demonstrated a range of potential conflicts that this CUP may create. The flexibility that makes conditional use regulation a functional and highly versatile land use tool is also the source of extensive litigation. The zoning examiner's office must realize after today's hearing that if this CUP is approved, then that act by Mr. Sturkey will most definitely create an appeal. And if this appeal is upheld, that the CUP may end up in the courts for an indefinite time period. The zoning agency is empowered to impose conditions to ensure that the proposed conditional use is compatible with surrounding areas. Once again, the zoning examiner's office has reviewed the overwhelming letters of opposition and is aware of the nearly unanimous vote taken at the NANA meeting that is against the CUP, and thus this CUP is actually 100% beyond incompatible with surrounding areas. This permit decision may inevitably be subject to a judicial review, and this permit decision may be seen that this action of approval was arbitrary, oppressive, and unreasonable, and represented its will and not its judgment. The zoning examiner's office must consider that an approval of this CUP, if granted, will most definitely come under judicial review and may be seen that this action was arbitrary.
I need you to begin to wrap it up.
Okay, I have to finish this statement. I'll be done in a couple minutes.
Is this verbatim what the letter is that you submitted?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's already not verbatim.
I'll give you another minute. Give you another minute.
Okay. Most definitely come under judicial review and may be seen that this action was arbitrary, oppressive, and unreasonable and represented its will and not its judgment. Bear with me here. I'm going to skip ahead. So there are only 3 potential outcomes for the upcoming zoning examine hearing on after today in regards to the aforementioned hearing for this CUP. Number 1, David Sturkey, the Assistant City Solicitor Law Department, the City of Cincinnati Zoning Hearing Examiner, decides to rule a continuance of this hearing for a future date. The NANA questions and statements above should clearly point to a myriad of reasons why Mr. Sturkey is beyond justified to continue this hearing once again to a future date. The NANA questions above should clearly be placed in the record and should be translated into a formal request for continuance once again. Second potential outcome of this is that Mr. Sturkey could deny, turn down, rule against this approval and keep the existing SF20 zoning for 3980 Rose Hill Avenue intact. In this statement, NANA has clearly laid out a myriad of reasons why Mr. Sturkey is beyond justified to deny, turn down, rule against the approval of this CUP. To name just a couple, almost 70 letters of vehement opposition, nearly unanimous voting at the NANA General Assembly meeting on July 13th against the CUP, and the abundance of testimony provided today by North Avondale residents. The only other option is that Mr. Sturkey approves this decision and CUP. A decision to rule in favor of the aforementioned CUP seems unconscionable after today's hearing. The testimony by all of the North Avondale residents, the letters of opposition, the vote, everything there. If an approval is given, then many who read this letter or statement and have clearly expressed their opposition will most likely seek an appellate decision. If that potential and necessary appellate decision were to uphold Mr. Sturkey's decision, then it seems beyond more than plausible that many who read this statement later or have clearly expressed their opposition will most likely seek a court decision. Mr. Sturkey must know that there is no possible benefit to the city of Cincinnati if he approves this CUP, knowing full well that this may then be moved to an appellate decision and also may eventually end up in the courts. Mr. Sturkey must know by now that there is no possible benefit to the North Avondale neighborhood if he approves this CUP, knowing full well that this may be moved to an appellate decision and may eventually end up in the courts. I'm almost done. Mr. Sturkey must also know that there is no possible benefit to the applicant, which has mentioned a time and money crunch, if he approves the CUP, knowing full well that it may be moved to an appellate decision and may also eventually end up in the courts. Mr. Sturkey must also know that there is no possible benefit to the seller if he approves this CUP, knowing full well that this will be moved to an appellate decision and also eventually may end up in the courts. My final statements for Mr. Sturkey. Who wins if you ultimately approve this CUP? Who loses if you ultimately approve this CUP? Do you believe that the actual definition of a fiduciary, which we think you are in this case, is a person to whom property or power is entrusted for the benefit of others? That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herr. And I assure you that that entire statement is a part of the record in the case file and has been reviewed. Mr. Ellery, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, floor is yours.
Good. I'd like to say thanks to Mr. Sturkey and his staff for allowing me to speak. And thanks so much to the North Avondale community and your collaborative efforts and due diligence to truly understand how this CUP, if approved, would impact our neighborhood. All of the written letters and statements today have been very impactful, outlining the concerns that span from parking, residents' upkeep, social safety, as well as deviations from the neighborhood's rich history. My wife and I chose this neighborhood 8 years ago due to its proximity to the city, rich history, and most importantly, because it's very family oriented. Since that time, we became parents and we welcomed our two daughters to the only place they know of home, which is 3981 Rose Hill Avenue, which happens to be directly across the street from 3980 Rose Hill Avenue, the said property requesting the CUP. The true family atmosphere we had aspired for has continued to flourish as many other families has welcomed their children to the only place they know as home, all along Rose Hill, Beechwood, and Batula and many other streets. Many of our families and children have continued to develop and nurture bonds and friendships that will be life lasting. I view our neighborhood as a rare and precious jewel within a city of Cincinnati that's often sought out, since there's a very small inventory of homes available. Many people are seeking to live here due to the history, the stability, the continuity of homeowners, and our front porch atmosphere. I have personal relationships with several families in the neighborhood that have sold their homes and subsequently chose to purchase a more accommodating home for their growing families within the neighborhood versus choosing to go external. I think that fact alone speaks volumes for the love, the pride, and the deep sense of family culture that we all enjoy here. I'm sure in years to come, many of us here in North Avondale would love to be mentioned in similar conversations to the likes of Mel and Louis Nancy, as they resided in this neighborhood and owned their home for over 50 years. My personal impact, if this cup is approved, is totally different from every single individual in this call. My wife, 2 young daughters, and I live directly across the street, as I stated. This puts us in direct contact and line of sight to any and all daily, weekly, monthly visitors, social activities, events, resident changes, parking constraints, and any other concerns that may emerge. The additional traffic in and out of the driveway also puts my daughters and their friends in more danger, as they're often riding their bikes and or walking up and down the sidewalks. They often also draw pictures and play tic-tac-toe with chalk, and could not be seen if someone's backing out of the driveway. I'd like to note that on-street parking, as previously stated, often attracts petty theft. This could significantly put my family at risk, and our home could even become targeted. I'm sure there are many other properties available that are already zoned and approved for this type of request, and perhaps would be a better fit. Also note that if this was a university seeking to convert to student housing, agency seeking transitional housing, or any other organization to purchase for conditional use, I still would oppose the approval. This is a very family-oriented neighborhood, and I would prefer to keep it that way. Finally, in this era where news, social media, and data points are readily available at our fingertips, I cannot ignore the facts I've read regarding some of the previously publicized abuse cases. My wife and I briefly inquired about these concerns in a previous conversation with Father Bullock and Brother Carlin during one of their previous social events at the home. Also, although they indicate that individuals are required to complete background checks, the manner at which some of those cases were handled is still concerning, especially given—
Mr. Lewis, I need to start to wrap it up.
Okay, especially given there may be laypersons or non-ordained individuals living with the order at the time that are not fully under the jurisdiction. I hope the final decision makers have some compassion, sound judgment, and ask yourself how you would feel if you lived directly across the street. If approved, this will leave us uncertain on what it means for the future of 3980 Rosehill Avenue, as well as my home at 3981, for longevity of being a family-oriented neighborhood and a tight-knit community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, next up is Mr. Walking. Mr. Walking, you need to unmute. After Mr. Walking will be Lauren Amos. Lauren Amos, if you're still with us. And then after that will be Doug Vondersee, if he is still with us. Mr. Walking, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The floor is yours.
I'm unclear why I've been called to testify because I didn't request that.
Okay. Sorry, I assumed that you wanted to by attending, but okay, we'll move on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Lauren Amos, are you with us? Matt, okay, I see Matthew flagging me down there. Or is Lauren with you?
Lauren's in a meeting. She couldn't jump off, so I'm going to take over. And she had this letter written up, and I don't really know exactly her thoughts, but I'm kind of sitting here just listening and
If
taking.
you could raise, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give, your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thanks. Floor is yours.
So we lived over in Oakley. We moved over here to 40003 Rose Hill, and then lived there for 3 years and moved down the street to the house we currently reside in at 4050. We have 4 kids that are 9, 7, 5, and 3, and we love this community. And one of the things we really like about it is the fact that people want to help. You know, if I have to run across the street, I know that my kids are safe. I know that Thomas and Jack will take care and watch out, make sure they're not crossing the street, and I can trust them. And I'm listening to what I know, and I'm listening to people's statements, and I try to cut out what is fact versus what is just what do you think is going to happen. I'm trying to put logic to it. And Mr. Philip was talking, the neighbor next door, and he's pretty upset about his current situation. So I was thinking, you know, if he decided to sell his house and somebody wanted to move in that was gay or had kids or was a family or whomever, would the house be valued less, or would the value go up in that house having a non-conforming house next door that was full of single men that were in a religious group that had a tainted past? And I struggle with that. And I can't say that these 7-10 gentlemen might be the best people ever. I'm not singling you out, but we don't know who the next people are going to be. This is a revolving door. We don't know what is next. We don't know if they decide to sell the house and sell it to another religious group that might have even crazier views. And I think it just comes down to why are we changing something that's not broken? Why are we doing this? There's plenty of places to live in Cincinnati. And there are churches. 3500 Montgomery is a church, Catholic church. It's for sale for $749,000. So I'm going to stop there. I just kind of doing a litmus test on this, and it just nothing's adding up. And that's all I had to say.
Okay, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Amos. And if Lauren gets out of that meeting before the end of a public comment, of course we'll allow her to testify. All right, next up is Doug Vondersee. Is Doug Vondersee here? Okay, I don't see Doug Vondersee anywhere. All right, next up is Pamela Schaefer. Is that right? Okay, and then after Pamela Schaefer will be Tim Harkavy, I'm sorry. All right, could you raise your right hand, Ms. Schaefer? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay,
Thank you for letting me speak.
sure.
On March 30th, 2020, we moved into the home adjacent to 3980 Rose Hill. We moved into the North Avondale neighborhood as our city, state, and world closed due to COVID. Yet we were welcomed warmly into our new neighborhood. The community open to us, socially distanced, of course, but always open. One neighbor mowed our lawn, another loaned us their mower to test before we purchased the same model. My child has made many new friends here, and they safely and blissfully travel between each other's homes. My dog also has made a number of besties in the neighborhood. This deep feeling of connection and community was all but instant for us. Of course, these close-knit ties have been nurtured for years, in many cases, generations. I'm deeply moved that my child and I were so readily included and embraced. I plan to live here for the rest of my life. These are now our roots, and I wish my son, however far he may travel as he grows, it feels always safe to return here. The only regret I have is that the move wasn't sooner. We had been living in a condominium on a busy thoroughfare surrounded by formerly single-family homes that had been converted to multifamily and office buildings. I moved here for a neighborhood, a quiet, stable environment in which to raise my son. I do not wish to reside next to a dormitory or a shared house. When the potential sale was first presented, I heard that it was to be a retirement home for a group of Catholic priests. I was raised Catholic, and I'm raising my son as Catholic. This description did not alarm me. In fact, I found charm in the idea of a group of religious men living out their lives in quiet contemplation next door. However, as neighbors and friends have explored the specifics of the sale, troubling concerns have been raised. The residence is instead intended to be a transitional housing, transitory housing for priests and laymen. Various individuals will be moving in and out. A corporation will be purchasing the property. None of them will be homeowners. The reports of this particular order have been particularly disturbing. Many articles by reliable sources have cited abuses within this order and have been shared among our neighbors, and I have done quite a bit of research myself from reliable sources. The Legion does not represent the Catholic values I wish to impart to my young child. We are an interracial family. North Avondale is an integrated neighborhood with families of various sizes, some with multiple children, some with grown, some with none. We are a community of different ethnicities, sexual orientations, political affiliations, and religious beliefs. We welcome all. However, search of the Legion has exposed a troubling history of sexual abuse. Reliable publications have reported abuse against children. Many neighborhood families, including myself, are alarmed. The order has also been linked to gay conversion therapy, which, due to its trauma it inflicts, has been outlawed in Cincinnati and other cities and states. The possible move of the legionaries to our neighborhood is causing distress to my neighborhood. I would also say, in addition, after researching who our neighbors could be, I discovered that I was not the only Catholic to oppose them. As Dr. Ninzi mentioned, they have been barred from numerous archdioceses, including Columbus, St. Paul, Minneapolis, Miami, and Baltimore. In these banishments, they have been cited for repeated breaches of protocol and lack of transparency. The Legion operates outside the normal structures of the Catholic Church, and as such, operates outside appropriate church supervision. Additionally, they have been the subject of a decade-plus-long internal church investigation known as an apostle visitation. This is a highly unusual act for the Vatican to take. It indicates that the Legion cannot be trusted to monitor itself. In 2020, Pope Francis told the order a very vast field of work was needed to correct the Legion's problems and create a healthy order. The claim that the Legion comes in fraternity has been utterly negated by the repeated derisive smiles and smirks expressed especially by Brother Carlin. Please help us maintain the integrity of our community and deny this CUP. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, Mr. Harkavy is next, and then Kenneth Shaw. Kenneth Shaw is still with us, followed by Robert Doak. Mr. Harkavy, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks. Floor is yours.
Thank you. I just have a quick statement. I grew up here. This neighborhood has always been inclusive and diverse, but it is a residential neighborhood. It is zoned that way. We trust the city to protect our neighborhood and turn down the conditional use variance. The homeowner isn't obligated to sell their house as a group home. This is the strongest housing market in history. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for your testimony. Okay, do we have Mr. Shaw here? Is Mr. Shaw still with us? Not seeing him. Okay, Robert Doak. After Mr. Doak will be Margarita Mella Louise. Sorry, I know I'm mispronouncing your last name. Mr. Doak, are you with us? Okay, we'll move on to Margarita. And then we'll hear from the Krauses, Marvin and Jerry. If you would like to testify, you can testify after Margarita. Margarita, I need you to unmute.
Unmuted.
Meligari, sorry for mispronouncing your last name.
Meligari, yes.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
My question is kind of rhetorical after all the other people have spoken before me, asked and said, but I really would like to know what is the balance? How do you balance your decision? Because all of us who live in the close neighborhood have been, as soon as we have been able to get all the necessary information, we were all sincerely appalled by the preliminary approval for this cup. So we, I think, have made blatantly clear that we are totally not in agreement. So I wonder how do you balance, how you're gonna balance our feeling, our impression, what we know, what we can imagine is gonna happen in terms of whatever, benefits to the community, property value, how on earth can you balance this total recusal of the cup with even the way you started by saying that you conditionally approve this cup. I don't know really if you're going to approve this, on which basis, and how do you save your face? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, would the Krauses like to testify at all? If so, we'll need you to unmute. After the Krauses, I'll give Mrs. Nisney. Again, sorry if I'm mispronouncing that, but if you would like to testify, I'll give you an opportunity to do that as well. Okay, are you both testifying here today?
We're separately, yes, so we each would like 5 minutes.
Sure, absolutely. So who would like to go first?
I will.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great. Floor is yours.
I'd like to bring up 2 points. First of all, while I don't live in the neighborhood right now, I've lived in North Avondale for 47 years. And during that time, from 1961 to 2008, I was actively in the neighborhood, both as a volunteer and later on in the 80s as a paid coordinator. So I have a lot of history, and I would like to read in part of this history. Let's see, in the early 1960s, when North Avondale started to become a racially integrated neighborhood, blockbusters were attacking the neighborhood. The assault starting near its southern border on South Crescent, where large homes were converted into multifamily. In addition, large lots were being cut up and smaller modern style homes were being built thereon, adjacent to and incongruent with the stately period homes like 3980 Rose Hill. The North Avondale Neighborhood Association, NANA, determined that one way to stop this incursion, moving north from Avondale, was to establish a new zoning classification to preserve large homes on large lots for a single family use. The city planning department did a study and found other neighborhoods also had large homes on large lots. Example, Clifton, College Hill, Mount Lookout, and Hyde Park. So Cincinnati created a zone for housing in like the ones in Amberley Village and Indian Hill, to wit, R1A, 20,000 square feet lot size, later changed to FS20. Large homes on large lots with no exceptions or conditional uses. This encouraged owner occupancy, which in turn encouraged stability. A check of the Hamilton County Auditor's record will demonstrate the number of owner-occupied homes and how many years they have remained their homes. Average occupancy 20 years, with some owner occupancy of over 50 years. An absolute necessity for maintaining a stable, racially integrated neighborhood. Sometime over the years, monastery and convent was added to the zoning code as a conditional use in SF20 without any notice to North Avondale, to NANA, or to single family SF20 homeowners. The proposed use by the Legionnaires of Christ is inconsistent with the predominant character and philosophy of the immediate neighborhood. Monastery, historically, back in the 1600s, was founded by Saint Anthony as a place for people, for men to recluse themselves in meditation. It wasn't for a group of young men to be trained to go out into the world and help other people, as has been stated in the testimony today and before. If you look in the dictionary, monastery means reclusive. It is not seminary or convent. That's what this group while using the word monastery as actually, according to their use, they should be called seminary or convent. The other thing is the conditional use. Since the R1A, now SF20 zoning was established without any exception, I have followed by attending almost every planning commission meeting, and I have never heard any additional use. I don't know where it came from, and I think that the zoning department ought to check to make sure that it was done legally, because when the zoning was first established, it was without exception, no conditional use. And now all of a sudden we have a conditional use. And why was just monasteries chosen? It sounds fishy to me. That's all. I think that I agree with everything that all the opponents have to say in addition to what I just said. Historically, it's a single, and one more thing. It's my personal opinion that when a neighborhood starts to becoming racially integrated, anything goes, and you get all these people, not everybody is pure, and you get all these people who want to put in converted houses into apartments that the city brought. And I found out from other African-American neighbors through the years that when they in an all-Black neighborhood, city services decline. And that's why you don't have many racially integrated neighborhoods like North Avondale. And if you approve this, you will find other more unscrupulous people wanting to put other less desirable housing into our neighborhood, and eventually you will have another Avondale with lots of shootings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kraus. Mr. Kraus, Marvin, will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Floor is yours.
North Avondale is what it is for three reasons: stability, stability, and stability. The proposed use is inconsistent with the character of the immediate neighborhood. The immediate neighborhood is owner occupied and for many years, as you've already heard from the testimony of many people. This property is proposed to be not owner occupied and occupied by transients. These special negative impact on the immediate neighborhood, if this use is permitted, is that it would be occupied by non-owners and by transients, all of which is a non-stable use. Non-owners and transients do not have a vested interest in the neighborhood. So it is very important that having a vested interest in the neighborhood is consistent with stability. Stability is all important. The application should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. Okay.
Beautiful.
Ms. Nisney, did you want to testify at all here today? You all have to unmute. If you'd like to testify, you'll have to unmute. Next will be Maria Kraske, and then Patrice Watson, and then Elizabeth Ty. I assume Ms. Nisney does not want to testify. Okay, great. I think I saw a head shake there. All right. Ms. Kraske, could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. I have only really one thing to say. I think that after we heard this amazing and deeply moving and deeply wise testimony from everybody in the neighborhood, and there are so many of us, if the Legionnaire priests and brothers have any decency and are really working in the true spirit of Jesus Christ, they should just walk out. And I hope you guys do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is Patrice Watson still here? Patrice Watson, okay. Is Elizabeth Ty still here? Oh, here we go. I see Elizabeth. I just need you to unmute.
Okay.
Good.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you raise your
Okay.
right hand?
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. What would you like to tell us?
Thank you. I've been living in North Avondale for over 10 years. And as the other individuals have testified, it's very community oriented. And the reason we've been able to keep such a diverse, eclectic neighborhood is because it's residential. It's a walkable neighborhood. We all know each other. And to have a house that's not a home, that's filled with members of different family living together, I just think goes against the grain of what we have here. And there are other alternatives for them in the community. I just don't think a land variance under these circumstances are appropriate. It impacts all of us individually. We've all invested in our property, and I just don't think it's fair for a decision to be made that impacts so many people and such a large quantity of our wealth is in our home, and we're trying to protect that. And I think a land variance goes against that. So I would ask you to deny the request.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Okay, I'm gonna go back through some names that did not respond just to make sure before we move on, but I believe that is everyone. I think I do have Sean and Tracy Conway here. I'd ask if you could unmute. Is there any? Hi. Would you all like to testify at all here today?
No, we don't.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Is Tim Spitzmuller here? Wendy Ruhlman, Sarah Kim, Lauren Amos, Doug Vonderzee. Okay. Is there anyone that's on the call that has not testified here today? I think Patrice Watson was our last speaker. Ms. Watson, could you enable your camera, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, hi, thank you. And I apologize for missing when you called earlier.
No problem at all. It's been a long day. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. I have a short statement. I'm Patrice Watson. I've resided at 6 Avon Fields Place for the last 33 years. And I am honored to serve as a second vice president of the North Avondale Neighborhood Association. One of our key goals is to preserve the values of our inclusive community by informing, connecting, and representing the investment and commitment of our neighbors to North Avondale. And through our work, we strengthen community and improve attachment to this place, as I believe you've all noted, by getting to know my neighbors through these hearings. I'd like to thank the City of Cincinnati Zoning Administration for providing an opportunity for us to engage with our community by offering us an opportunity to meet at our regularly scheduled meeting on July 17th. And despite the fact that we are still in a very volatile pandemic, we had many neighbors who risked coming together in person to gather, as well as on Zoom representing 100 neighbors in attendance. And we appreciate our neighbors taking the time to do this and taking time to do extensive research as a result of that. I just want to remind the zoning administration that as a result of the community engagement that happened at the meeting, that 94.5% of our community voiced that they strongly oppose a continuance use permit for 3980 Rose Hill Avenue. And we hope that you use this opportunity that we have voiced this to listen. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that we have Mr. Doak who signed up to speak. Hi.
Yeah.
Would you still like to testify?
Sure. I'll make a very short statement, but.
Okay. If you could raise your right hand.
Oh.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great. Okay. Floor is yours.
I would like to address the area of maintaining these homes. I've lived here now for 21 years, moved here, didn't know anything about the neighborhood. I was very lucky, moved in and started to restore this old home. While it afforded me to guilt-free buy every power tool known to man, it also taught me that there's a lot that goes into this. And if you aren't invested in it, if you don't love these old homes that the city seems to think is of historic significance, you're not going to be able to correctly maintain these homes. It's a lot of work. And I didn't see any, they say, well, they'll keep up the systems and things like that. But to restore and keep these historic homes is a labor of love. And that's what our neighborhood is, as well as the all-inclusive and all of that. So I just wonder if this group, which I oppose greatly, is even aware of what it takes to maintain these homes that Cincinnati seems to be so, proud of, and the history that we have here. And so that's all I really wanted to say about that. Everything else has been said.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, I believe that we had someone join us here. Is Tim Stutzmuller still on the line? Tim, if you could raise your virtual hand. There we go. Okay, got it. If you could unmute. All right.
There we go. Yeah, it wouldn't want me unmute.
Got it. Yeah. If you could raise your actual hand now. You solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay. Floor is yours.
Yeah. So, I just, from our standpoint, living next door, our big concern is just with what will happen with the house. I'm sure that's been mentioned many times in this testimony. With 10 unrelated individuals living there, what is their purpose for maintaining the house, or how will they maintain the house? So that has been mentioned. Our other concern is just the history of the Legionnaires of Christ. They've been shown to be anti-gay, very conservative. In our neighborhood, we've worked very hard to welcome everybody of all faiths, of all sexual orientations, of all anything. And to have a hate group living next door to me is what I deem as a hate group. It's very troublesome and worrisome for us. We've felt very comfortable. We've lived in North Avondale since 2001. And so we're very comfortable living where we are. We love our neighbors. We love the community. And we want that community to remain how it is. It's been very hard to find a community as welcoming and loving as North Avondale. And just, this has been mentioned too many times, is just the changes that have been made in the application. There were many references made to, originally it was only going to be 10 priests, and now it's lay people, now it's different missionaries, people working in the missionary. And I think I heard also that I believe it's Father Colin or Father Bullock is going to be moving to Houston. So they haven't even moved in yet, and they're already talking about more transient behaviors within this house. And then just from another standpoint of, this is a single family zoned residential neighborhood. So why is we as tax-paying citizens in our neighborhood having to put up such a fight to allow for this change? Why are we, it's almost innocent or guilty until you're proven innocent is how I feel. Why are we having to defend our neighborhood so much that we're not the ones asking for the change? So I would just ask that they consider that and maybe look for an area or a home or a facility that is already zoned that way. So that's all I really have. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your testimony. All right. I believe, is there anyone who has not testified yet that would like to testify? So I'm going to ask you've had your hand raised. If you could unmute, would you like to provide testimony?
I would.
So I'd be happy to do that. I don't want to refuse someone the ability to give any testimony, but I did forward your husband quite a bit thinking that he was testifying on behalf of both of you. So if you could keep just go ahead. You can testify.
All right. And
Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I apologize about that earlier. It's because my daughter's.
No problem.
So,
No problem. Go ahead.
I'm Heather Herr. I've lived in North Avondale for over 20 years. I've also been in real estate for over 17, almost 18 years now. I've raised my 3 children in North Avondale with my husband, and I've owned 2 homes on both sides of the neighborhood. We have both been very involved in the community to make sure that we can continue to improve, everything that everyone has already been doing and retain and remain with all the history we have. Although real estate is my work, my passion is the community. I've been crying on this whole video because I'm so proud of what we have done as a community to come together. And it's a lot more than just a house, obviously, as you can see. The people that are on this call and everyone else who can't make it today are what make it so great. And we have all come together to say that we don't want this in our neighborhoods. We have a voice here. We as a community, new, old, or move, we work really hard to make sure that we build up our business area to keep our gardens looking good, our parks alive. We submit grants to the city. We try to improve every area we can in every part of the neighborhood. We're very devoted, we're passionate, and I'm speaking just for myself, but I see everyone doing this all the time, and I recognize that. I believe that if this property does sell and can be changed over, that our property values will go down, and I do this for a living. Many of my old neighbors have called me, not only as the president of the neighborhood, but also with the concerns about the real estate values too. They're concerned about what will happen down the road. They're concerned if one house turns over, then the next and the next. I personally live in an 8,000 square foot house. I don't plan on ever selling my house to anyone but a family. I plan to stay forever, to be honest with you. My children love it, and I love the people around us. If you walk down Clinton Springs, Reading Road, or Dana Avenue right now, as of today, you will see homes that are vacant, boarded up, burnt down, not been touched. They are terrible, and we see it together. We do not want to see this happen anywhere, especially on a traditional street with single-family homeowners. I personally will fight to make sure that our streets stay residential where they should. We have enough properties that are not. I personally have a property that's coming on the market that's perfectly zoned and will be beautiful and done in no time. I personally have brought many families to this community, and I am very passionate about bringing more. I brag about how we work together. Our homes are a labor of love. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, some of us, or more, to be able just to keep our home looking beautiful and being part of history. I do truly believe that there's a perfect place for everyone. This house is not the perfect place based on the streets and the neighborhood, as you can see. I plan to stay and work in the community forever. I will work hard to continuously maintain the historic integrity, the history of the community, and much more from here on out. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay. I see that Ms. Rich, Ms. Spencer, and Ms. Gilman all have their hands raised at certain points. And I apologize if my initial procedural outline was unclear or not clear enough. But you really do only have one opportunity to speak. You each have had time to testify. In fact, Mr. Rich and Ms. Spencer testified with no time limitation. So I'm not going to allow further testimony. We're going to move now into the rebuttal portion. So again, I appreciate you guys being here, and we're going to move on. So Mr. Trout, we're now into rebuttal. Is there anything you would like to present in rebuttal to some of the testimony you've heard today?
Yes, I would like for Father John Bullock to present our rebuttal.
Sure. Brother Carlin and Father John Bullock.
Here we go. Yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for the testimony today, although we're somewhat on the receiving end of a lot of concerns. And I actually appreciate your passion for your neighborhood and wanting it to be family friendly. I don't think we would become the source of transient traffic, predatory presence in the community that people sincerely are concerned about. I don't question that sincerity and that desire to have a good family environment. I would argue where we're residing now, it has that environment. That presence has not been detrimental to that reality. It's just this house is getting a little small for us. We would happily have stayed here otherwise. We believe that religious communities, and yes, we have our shortcomings as institutions or even our individual institution, but we are trying to address them. And I do think we have to be careful not to take the stereotype that a priest is more likely to be predatory than any other person for that nature. I think anybody moving into the neighborhood, will they be vetted as much as we are being now? It is true, at the beginning, we simply said priests is an overarching concept for our reality, because at the very heart of the nature of what we are still requesting is a priestly household. As we heard the concerns, we thought, let's be even more detailed as to what that would entail. But from the beginning, this has been a seeking for our residents, for our congregation, as it is locally comprised. And we wanted to make sure that that also entails lay missionaries. We try to be respectful. We obviously hold our Catholic beliefs, but we try to be respectful and kind and good neighbors. While there has been an apostolic visitation, as one of the members mentioned, it is also true that that visitation, which often happens to seminaries or other Catholic institutions, we are not by far the only Catholic institution that has undergone an apostolic visitation. We have closed that process, renewed our rules, and been approved by the Vatican and locally. So while as any institution with a longer history may have its moments and negative points, it's also not all negative. Our presence in this Cincinnati community in which we are residing now for the last 7 years, as you heard from Bob Burnett, granted only one of our members, has been very positive. If we were to move into the Rose Hill house, we would try to be understanding and respectful, true to who we are. But part of that is also to be neighborly and kind. We've done our best to engage in conversation. And while yes, there's been a development, a deeper understanding or clarification of our information, we are trying to put all the cards on the table. We do ask you to sincerely consider this conditional use permit.
Thank you, Mr. Sturkey, for your time.
Thank you. Anything else? Anything else from Brother Garland or the applicants in rebuttal?
No, not at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so we're going to move into closing arguments. The applicants, the owners will get the final word. So Mr. Suter, the floor is yours for closing arguments.
Thank you, Mr. Sturkey. And thank you for running a really well-run meeting today. I think everybody thanks you for that, because this number of people, I'm feeling a little bit exhausted. I think everybody's a little emotionally drained after this. It is a very emotional matter. And I echo what one person said earlier, and that is, it feels like the neighborhood has the burden here to stop this, right? Rather than the legionaries of Christ who have the burden to prove why they should get an exception to the rule in the SF20 zone. The exception is it's for single family. I'm sorry, the rule is it's for single family. The exception is that you could put a monastery or convent in here. If you prove that on balance, the public benefits and the private benefits outweigh the burdens and the harms. So the burden of proving the conditional use balancing test that you have to undertake, the burden of proving that that balance weighs in favor of the Legionaries of Christ is on them. It is not on the neighborhood to prove that they shouldn't be granted a conditional use permit. But that's really what we've done today. Nonetheless, that's what we've done. And the Legionaries of Christ have failed to meet their burden. In fact, overwhelmingly, my clients and the other opposing residents of the neighborhood have disproved the conditional use permit application and allowing you to deny it. There are three things I think that we've covered today from the outset of this hearing. One is the use. And what is the actual proposed use? And that there's a big question still remaining around that. And we'll talk about that. The public interest. What is the balance of the equities? Is there any public interest here or not? And then the credibility. Can we trust the Legionaries of Christ to do what they say, to be who they say they are, to do what they say they're going to do? And for what purpose is this property now and into the future going to be put? With respect to use, you heard a lot about use today. One thing you heard is evidence that this is not a monastery or convent. By the Legionaries of Christ's own words, this is a regional base. And that's exactly what it's going to be. The evidence shows this is going to be more than just a place for people to lay their heads at night. This is going to be a regional base for the Legionaries of Christ in the Ohio Valley region. This is also, you heard, the facts are that not all people living at the property are part of a religious order, that there are lay persons who may be interested in the Legionaries of Christ, or may work with them, or may receive some services or partner up with them, but they are not part of a religious order. And that is a requirement to be a convent or a monastery under Cincinnati zoning code. So first, it's not a monastery or convent, so what is it? Well, at best, it's a dormitory, which is not permitted as a conditional use, is no way permitted in the SF-20. So on this fact alone, this case should be dismissed, and you have all the grounds you need to deny the conditional use permit. There's also some confusion about it being single family. I think we disproved today that it's single family. That term has been thrown around a lot, that somehow this is a single family use that's being used for a group residential use. Well, that doesn't make any sense. You can't do that under the law. You can't do that under the definition of single family under the zoning code. It is the exception. Group residential is not single family. Group residential is 5 or more unrelated persons. Single family could include 4 or fewer unrelated persons. So it's undisputed that this is not single family. This would change the use, make no mistake, this would change the use of this property from single family to group residential. And if it's not a monastery or convent, then it's group residential in one of the other categories, which is not permitted. This is not just a living quarters, it's not a monastery, it's not a convent. And the evidence suggests that this is not going to be what they're trying to sell you today and in the application. This is not going to be just a place for people to sleep. We know that. It's a place for people to work. It's a place for people to be educated. It's somewhat of a seminary. It's a dormitory. It's kind of a fraternity. It's all kinds of different group residential uses with additional uses attached to it. But it is not in any way a single family or a monastery or convent as those terms are defined. Relative to public interest, this case probably has the most overwhelming opposition I've ever seen in a zoning case I've been involved in Cincinnati. This case has no public interest. If there was public interest, you'd have people from the neighborhood saying, this is going to better our neighborhood. This use, taking this out of the single family use and putting it into group residential use, that's beneficial to our neighborhood. That's going to make us better. For whatever reason, that's going to make us better. You haven't heard a single person, other than the people who maybe spoke favorably about the Legionaries of Christ, the few people that spoke in their favor. You haven't heard a single person from the neighborhood saying that. They've all said, taking this out of single family, putting it into group residential use is going to be detrimental for any number of reasons. It's not just about the who, although who is problematic. It's also about the what, and the what's even more problematic. And so the public interest is nowhere to be found. In fact, the staff report doesn't even mention any public interest. So there's no way for you as a zoning hearing examiner to sit there and you can make a column, public benefits, public interest, private benefits, private burdens. You could make a column. You couldn't, there'd be nothing in the public interest column. And if there's nothing in the public interest column, then under the zoning code, under 1445, 13, I'm sorry, you cannot find in favor of this conditional use permit. So credibility. This whole thing is mysterious. The terms of it keep changing. The proposal continues to change. Originally, it was going to be 7 to 10 priests. Now it's going to be lay persons, priests, and other folks trained to be priests. You have originally they weren't going to do anything to the house because it was just perfect for what they wanted. Now all of a sudden they're going to be making improvements in the interior of the house. All of this is concerning because conditional use permits necessarily require trust and necessarily require credibility because it's a land use that's not permitted. And it requires that the applicant act according to private and public interest, to the conditions. And if we can't trust that the applicant's going to do that, if the credibility is in question, then that's a problem because we have to have a credible and trustworthy property owner here so that we know that they are using it in accordance with the conditions. That's paramount for conditional use approval. We do not have that. We don't have any evidence whatsoever the applicant has any interest in the private burdens or any interest in benefiting the neighborhood whatsoever. The evidence is overwhelming that they are interested in their own private benefit of living in this house, and that's it. For all these reasons, for the lack of evidence, for all the reasons we set forth today, for all the people who have taken their day, stepped up, spoken emotionally, spoken personally about how this is going to affect them, their homes, and the way they live, and all the preponderance evidence militates against this conditional use permit, and we respectfully request that it be denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suter. Okay, Mr. Trout, any closing remarks?
Thank you. All we have heard all day long was speculation, accusation without any evidence. People speculated on what may happen, what could happen, but the evidence supports the fact that these priests, brothers, and affiliated lay ministers, of which there would only be 2 or 3, are affiliated with the same order. And they are indeed a monastery. The fact that Mr. Suter says is going to be in office, there was testimony against the fact that it's not going to be in office. There was testimony stating that it would be a residence, no public services there, that it would be just that, a monastery, a place to live. You heard from the gentleman from Westchester who lives in the neighborhood and is president of the neighborhood association, how for the past 7 years, these priests, brothers, and affiliated ministers are part of a community that has been a great neighbor over the years. they bent over backwards to fit into the neighborhood. So what we're hearing here is that we're being accused of being something that we aren't. We aren't an office. We aren't a place of public ministry. We're a residence, and they have more than enough bedrooms to accommodate each resident with their own private bedroom. The benefit is it's going to be a house that's maintained, a house that's going to fit into the neighborhood and be a quiet neighbor, and a neighbor who will be friends with all the rest of the neighbors. What I see here happening today is a mob mentality or whatever, making all these accusations without any evidence. So again, I think the staff has scrutinized this application not once, but twice. And just because they want to put a bathroom in the basement, that doesn't mean they're not credible and that they're changing their story. You heard Mr. Owens testify that he said that there were no new entrances, no changes to the exterior, et cetera, no substantial changes, no significant changes to anything. So I think our clients have attempted to be as transparent as they possibly could. They have corrected anything along the way, and we believe that it fits within the code of Cincinnati under all the sections of 1403, 1445, and that we indeed qualify for the conditional use permit. And we do think the staff was correct in their recommendation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Trout. I don't want to prolong this too much longer, but I had just a couple of follow-up questions. Could you elaborate on the argument that this is compatible with the neighborhood and what seems like an otherwise exclusively single-family neighborhood?
Yes, I think the best example is, and we've seen it in various neighborhoods, the Dominicans in Madeira, the Dominicans who used to be in Hyde Park. These are compatible uses. I live right next to where the Dominicans were in Hyde Park, and they were fantastic neighbors. I think the gentleman from Westchester, the head of the community council, said it best. They've been there for 7 years. They're great neighbors. They're compatible. They're quiet. You know, they don't do anything that would in any way disrupt the neighborhood and the quietude of the neighborhood. So that's basically what I have to say on that, unless you want to hear from Robert. Yeah.
No, I think that's good.
I mean,
okay. Anything else based on my question, Mr. Trout, that you would like to share before we adjourn here today?
If Father John Bullock has anything, I'd like to hear him speak.
I think that we're going to have to reach the end of the testimony from the witnesses,
Okay. All right.
unfortunately, and just leave closing to the attorneys. So I take it that's it then. Nothing further.
Nothing further. Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. All right. Well, we will leave it at that, folks. I want to. I am aware of the time and energy and emotion that has been spent on this case. I want to thank everyone from the applicant side, the owner side, and the community for the amount of time and energy they spent on this case. As I said at the beginning of the hearing, I will take all this testimony and evidence and the application and the correspondence, review them all again. I will type up my official findings in the form of a formal ruling and a decision. And as soon as that decision is finished, I'll put it into a PDF and I'll email it to everyone that is in this hearing and post it onto our project docs as well. So you all, again, should have it just moments after it's complete. If you have questions in the meantime, you feel free to reach out to myself or Cassandra Manus. But again, I want to encourage everyone or remind everyone that I won't be accepting new testimony. Anything that comes in that is trying to persuade or anything like that will not be included as a part of the official case record. I can answer procedural type questions about how we move forward from here, but until this case has reached a final legal resolution, I won't be discussing the substance of the case or accepting new testimony, written or otherwise. So again, thank you all very much for your time. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and we are adjourned.
Thank you.